The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The webinar will begin shortly. Please remain on the line. The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good evening, everyone. This is the November 23rd, 2020 Westminster City Council meeting. We apologize for a couple of minor tweaks we were having here with technical issues. We hopefully have everybody on board now. At this time, I'd ask you all to please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Ms. Fitch, would you please take the roll?
Certainly, Mayor. Mayor Atchison.
Here.
Councillor DeMott.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Sites.
Here.
Councillor Seymour.
Here.
Councillor Scully.
Never felt so good to be heard and seen.
Councillor Smith.
Present.
And Councillor Bowles.
Here.
All right, thank you, everyone. First item on the agenda is the minutes of the preceding meeting of November the 9th. Mr. Councillor DeMott, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the City Council approve the minutes of the November 9th, 2020 meeting as presented.
Do I have a second? Mr.
Second.
Seymour, thank you. We have a motion and a second for the consideration of the minutes. All those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the minutes are carried. Next item on the agenda is presentations. We have two tonight. First is a proclamation that I'll read for you now. So bear with me while I have this one up. Whereas the government of Westminster, Colorado celebrates our local small businesses and the contributions they make to our local economy and community. According to the United States Small Business Administration, there are currently 28.8 million small businesses in the United States. They represent 99.7% of all businesses with employees in the United States and are responsible for 64% of the net new jobs created over the past 20 years. And whereas small businesses employ 48% of the employees in the private sector in the United States, and whereas nearly 94% of Westminster's businesses are small business who create jobs and spur economic growth. And whereas on average, 33% of consumers' holiday spending and shopping will be done at small, independently owned retailers and restaurants. And whereas 91% of all consumers believe that supporting small, independently owned restaurants and bars is important. And whereas 76% of all consumers plan to go to one or more small businesses as part of their holiday shopping. And whereas Westminster, Colorado supports our local businesses that create jobs, boost our local economy, and preserve our neighborhoods. And whereas advocacy groups as well as public and private organizations across the country have endorsed this Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday. Now, therefore, I, Herb Atchison, Mayor of the Westminster, Colorado, do hereby proclaim November 28, 2020 as Small Business Saturday and urge the residents of our community and communities across the country to support small business and merchants on Small Business Saturday and throughout the year. Signed this 23rd day of November 2020. I believe that at least one of our local chambers, Juliet Abdel, I know I talked to her this morning, was planning to listen in, and Bo Martinez may be from the other group. So thank you both as the leaders for our chamber groups and our business advocates across the state of Colorado and especially here in Westminster. The next item on the agenda will be the receiver presentation on the status of the 2040 Comprehensive Plan presented by Community Development. Mr. Tripp, you have somebody ready for this one?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is an area of responsibility that falls under Deputy City Manager Jody Andrews and his Department Director David Downing. But I believe we have Andrew Spurgeon on tonight, who has been the one that lifting the heavy loads for many weeks, months, years to get us to this point. And he's here tonight to provide that support and information to you, along probably with some other staff.
That's right. This is Andrew Spurgeon. I'm Long Range Planner and Community Development, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to do a brief 10-minute progress report on the preparation of the 2040 comprehensive plan. Matt, can we bring up the PowerPoint?
Give me just 1 second on that, Andrew. Sorry, bear with me.
An outline of content for the 2040 comprehensive plan was introduced to City Council on June 1st and an information-only item. Tonight's presentation, when it comes up, will review key concepts resulting from our work on the first draft of the plan, and we'll introduce some topics for future study sessions with City Council, particularly on the topics of water and land use. And then the presentation will close out with a presentation of the remaining tasks to complete the plan in 2021.
Okay, sorry about that, but it should be up now.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. If you could go 2 slides ahead. Next slide. There you go. Thank you, Matt. Comprehensive plans are the backbone of any community planning effort. Therefore, for the benefit of our audience tonight, I would like to step back and explain what the comprehensive plan is. The purpose of the comprehensive plan is to outline challenges facing the community, identify solutions, and provide guidance on planning-related decisions. This guidance is expressed through goals and policies on topics such as land use, housing, recreation, and utilities. The plan is long-term in nature with a 20-year planning horizon, though it is also a living document that changes with the community. As a long-term plan, it is separate from current operational considerations that may be addressed in departmental strategic plans such as staffing, facilities, or utility operations. Also, it's important to note the comprehensive plan is much more than a land use plan. The land use map is just one policy within the plan to support other goals such as economic development, housing, transportation, and public spaces. The 2040 comprehensive plan will establish long-term goals and policies to provide a roadmap for residents, businesses, and developers, as well as decision makers such as Planning Commission, City Council. Next slide. Matt, there you go, thank you. This slide shows a generalized timeline of the planning process and outreach phases. As you know, there were a number of Westminster Forward events in 2018 and 2019, as well as targeted events for specific audiences, such as the Youth Advisory Panel, the Home Builders Association, the Hmong community, the Latino Festival, and other audiences, and a series of stakeholder interviews, including all of City Council. At this time, we are working through a first draft of the plan with goals and policies for the Westminster Forward planning themes and a recommended land use map that will be presented to City Council in a future study session. Next slide. The result of Westminster Forward community outreach provided input on different topic areas for the comprehensive plan. Several common themes emerged from public engagement stakeholder interviews that provide input on different areas of the plan. There was a preference for mixed-use development patterns, but not located everywhere, only in key locations. Single-family homes were overall the preferred housing type, but there was an interest in a diversity of formats, such as homes designed for aging residents and an interest in housing that is accessible to parks and amenities like retail services. Participants indicated the need to address changing demographics, in particular the growing senior population. Also identified was the need to adapt retail areas to changing consumer behaviors. And finally noted our community comments about the need to be sustainable, to plan for infrastructure to match our needs, and opportunities for water conservation. Next slide. Based on Westminster forward input and the themes described on the previous slide, 4 guiding principles are identified as the platform for the plan's goals and policies. These guiding principles align with the city's vision to be a thriving community of safe neighborhoods and beautiful open space that is sustainable and inclusive. First is a thriving city. Westminster has a strong identity that values being bold, innovative, and different. Westminster promotes diversity and celebrates arts and culture. Next is healthy city. Westminster embraces the outdoors through an integrated parks and open space system and strives to be a sustainable and safe city. Third is great neighborhoods. Westminster has neighborhood pride and a mixture of housing opportunities. Finally is managed growth. Westminster is a mature city that will continue to evolve and thrive, support multimodal transportation, and responsibly manage resources. These 4 guiding principles are shown on the top of every slide throughout this presentation. Next slide. This slide identifies the general structure for the plan. The guiding principles of thriving city, healthy city, great neighborhoods, and managed growth inform development of the entire document. Westminster forward themes are the basis for the plan chapters, which I will outline on the next slide. Under each theme are goals with broad statements to help realize the guiding principles, as well as policies to establish direction to carry out the goals. Land use is just one policy within the plan, though I realize it is important to many viewing this presentation tonight. Actions to implement the plan are being identified as we develop the plan document. However, these will reside separately in an implementation document that can be revisited and updated on a more regular basis as a companion to the plan. Next slide. On this slide, you will see the basis of the plan's policy chapters organized around the Westminster forward themes, as well as cross-cutting topics that will be peppered throughout the plan. This organization is similar to the sustainability plan, which was presented to City Council last week in the study session. Other content in the plan includes an introduction explaining existing conditions, the relationship to other Westminster forward plans, and demographic information. Westminster Places provides profiles for key areas to describe character-defining elements beyond just land use considerations, such as view preservation, parks or trails, or other defining features. Plan administration explains how the city will administer and interpret the plan and outlines related tools such as zoning and capital improvements. Community indicators establishes quantitative measures to assess plan progress, such as water use, code case resolution, or population trends. An analysis of potential annexation areas is included that inventories considerations for each area when or if annexation is considered at some future time. Next slide. With this slide, I wanted to take a moment to share key topics we heard from discussions with the Community Planning Commission City Council that generate new concepts for the plan. These updates from the existing plan include a greater focus on the long-term nature of the plan, targeting year 2040 to align with Denver Regional Council of Governments' Metro Vision. One of the areas multiple stakeholders identified was the need for a more predictable and transparent development process to ease some of the confusion with our existing scheme of PDPs and ODPs. Healthy living, including food access, was identified before the COVID-19 pandemic, but 2020 has made this need even more critical to address through the plan. Reinvestment in existing neighborhoods and housing stock was identified to shift the focus away from new development to help support our existing residents and ensure safe housing opportunities for the community. Other topics include the need to address declining retail, the need to address changing demographics, including the 57% increase in population over age 60 since 2010, shrinking household sizes, and the growing amount of the city that identifies as Latinx. Content is proposed relative to human services, such as homeless and special needs populations. Given the state of the city's build-out, water conservation will be embedded within the water supply discussion instead of being separate discussions. And as I explained on the previous slide, plan administration programming is new as compared to the existing plan. Next slide. Past and current comprehensive plans and water supply plans for Westminster have always anticipated and accounted for future development of vacant lands. In terms of focusing on the future with a year 2040 outlook, one of the main objectives is to support great neighborhoods. Part of this is to refocus the land use discussion on the creation of those great neighborhoods. The comprehensive plan proposes to focus on the character of development and the overall look and feel of an area, such as low density or higher density, urban or suburban, and the plan will illustrate this visually to ensure reader understanding. This plan proposes to have the 14 land use character types listed on the left of this slide. Each character type will include photos and a description of the purpose, identification of anticipated uses, building forms, and design considerations. Collectively, these elements guide the location and programming of infrastructure, resources, and public services to support quality of life for our residents. Through zoning and design standards, which are being updated separately with the Code Forward project, we can ensure complementary and supportive uses to create a sustainable, high-quality environment for our community. Next slide. This is the final slide of the presentation showing the proposed timeline for completing the plan in 2021. As I mentioned earlier, at this time, staff is finishing interdepartmental review of the first draft and scheduling additional discussions to close out this process. Because Westminster is largely built out, the sustainability and resiliency of existing neighborhoods will become a more central focus, and development of the few remaining vacant lands will become less critical over time. To understand financial considerations of the city's build-out, a fiscal impact analysis will be conducted to determine the costs and/or economic benefits resulting from build-out. Upon completion of the fiscal impact analysis, we would propose to come back to City Council to review both the comprehensive plan and water supply plan in greater depth. The water supply plan may also require separately an executive session. With City Council feedback, we would then go out to the community for additional conversations and update the plan as needed. After a final round of community engagement, we would then schedule Planning Commission and City Council hearings on the plan and 2 readings of the ordinance. Upon plan adoption, we would then begin implementation with the initial focus being completion of Code Forward. And this completes my presentation.
Thanks, Andrew. Council, we will have this coming up on a study session for us in March. So if you have questions and you want to get an answer before then, drop a note to Cody so that they can try to get them. And then we will be discussing this in depth in a study session in March. Andrew, do you have anything else at this time?
Not at this time, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your presentation. Moving on to the next item, public comment. Ms. Fitch, do you have anything for public comment tonight?
Mayor, we received 2 emails that were attached to the agenda packet when it was published on Wednesday, November 18th. And then we received an additional 14 emails, which have since been attached to the agenda packet today. They were read before, or they were sent before the deadline today. We have no request to speak live during public comment, but we do have 15 voicemails to play for public comment.
All right, go ahead when you're ready.
Greetings, council members. My name is Cheryl Grebe. Thank you for listening to my submission. A dad named Tom loved ball, a game he wanted for all. Hitting catch for fun to base his kids' run. Rename the field, it's your call. I'm Cheryl Greeby, wife of Stan Greeby, who co-coached with Tom, so I do know him well. As a bleacher mom, I am giving true testimony that Tom Romersberger was instrumental in providing baseball knowledge, baseball fun, baseball enthusiasm, and baseball joy to the boys and girls in Westminster. The Westminster fields were built because of Tom. It would be an honor to rename them for Tom. He is in hospice, so please expedite your approval. Respectfully, Cheryl Greeby.
My name is Gregory Paul Kyling, and I'm calling to voice my support for the initiative to name the countryside baseball fields after Mr. Tom Romersberger. I raised 2 sons in the countryside neighborhood during which I coached them and a lot of other kids in Little League. One of the greatest challenges I faced as a coach was finding practice and game facilities due to the lack of available fields. Thanks to Tom's tireless efforts, the kids in the neighborhood now have the fields they need to be able to compete and succeed in sports. Tom poured his heart and soul into this necessary and challenging effort and shepherded it to its successful completion. We in Westminster owe Tom more than we can repay. Naming the field in his honor can only begin to fulfill our obligation to thank Tom for his immense contribution to our youth. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Ed Paynes, and I live at 7892 West 109th Avenue in Westminster. My public comment is in reference to changing the name of the countryside baseball fields on Oak Street to honor Tom Romersberger. His contributions as treasurer of the Northwest Little League organization of time, money, and dedication to provide thousands of kids and volunteers a safe, meaningful, and learning experience during the 1980s and 90s was appreciated by everyone. As a volunteer baseball coach in the 1990s, we primarily used the countryside ball fields on Oak Street. It would be a fitting honor to rename those fields in Tom Romersberger's honor, since he was so diligent in making sure those fields were utilized and maintained for the benefit of our kids. Tom is well respected by all who know him. Thank you.
Hi, Deborah Hill. I just read your thing about the oil companies going to frack over there by the dog park. Well, first of all, how dare you? Bad enough you guys have made these airplanes fly over our houses for all that noise. Now you want to put fracking back in the dog park where people go to relax and walk their dogs. And then you guys, then the noise and the pounding we're going to have to hear in countryside is ridiculous. What are you doing to the countryside area? I thought this was once a sensitive area, and now you guys want to add more noise to take a peaceful area away from us? Shame on all of you. Why don't you put it in your guys' backyard? And let's see how much you guys would like that. You know, why don't you think of your people? I don't know what's going on with Westminster anymore, but it used to be a great, great city. But what you're doing with us, with our water, with our dog park, with our noise levels, the airplanes anymore, shame on all of you. Shame on you to get money and politics. The world is crazy as it is, and you guys are nickel and diming everybody. And it's just a shame that you're not taking care of your Westminster residents. So I beg of you, please give that solitude to us and quit making money off of this and think of your residents. Thank you, and you have a great day.
Hello, my name is Janet Bruckman. I live on Lee Street in Westminster, and I'm calling you to speak in support of renaming the countryside ball fields in honor of my very dear friend, Tom Romersberger. When my husband, Tom, and I met Tom and Joyce Romersberger in the fall of in 2007. The ball fields, which Tom was instrumental in developing, were already completed. The fields have been in constant use since then by organized Little League groups, as well as youth football and softball teams and neighborhood families, just teaching their kids to play ball. We met Tom at an organizational meeting for the Neighbors for Countryside group, for which Tom served as the chair for several years. Neighbors for Countryside was created to seek solutions to a variety of issues in the countryside neighborhood and to forge a partnership with the city of Westminster. Tom encouraged citizen involvement in many projects, and he worked to bring about meaningful improvements to our neighborhood. Tom welcomed hundreds of our neighbors to community meetings over the years and accomplished so much with such good humor and kindness. The ball fields that Tom helped create, surrounded by parks and open space and even a swimming pool, form the heart of our neighborhood. Tom Romersberger's name on the ball fields will bring smiles to those who pass by there for so many years to come. Thank you for considering this tribute to a very remarkable citizen, and thank you, all of you, for the work that you do for us every day. Good night.
Hi, my name is Amanda Storjahan, and I was calling to give my comments about the oil and gas development. As a Westminster resident, I am very concerned to hear about the proposal to change the oil and gas development setback to 1,000 feet within the Westminster city limits versus the expected 2,000-foot statewide regulation. The locations that would become available in Westminster under the 100-foot setback are highly trafficked recreation areas, beloved open spaces, and are also surrounded by neighborhoods and schools. I strongly urge the city to enforce the full 2,000-foot safety regulations and protect taxpayer-funded open space. I find it unacceptable that Westminster would consider putting its beautiful landscape and its citizens' safety at risk with this policy. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, this is Jamie McGrew. I'm calling on behalf of the McGrew family, and we're commenting on the naming of the ball field for Tom Romersberger. We are excited about the possibility of a ball field being named by him and can't think of a better candidate for something like this. We've gotten to know Tom over the years through his son, Eric, Hillary, his grandchild, Ian, and Dylan. Our son played baseball with Ian and is his best friend. We first met Tom on the baseball field, and we didn't know anyone else. And he just has this presence that is so kind and welcoming and loving that he just welcomed us right in and was very quick to make us feel part of the family. It's been really inspiring to watch him come to Ian's baseball games, always cheering him on with a big smile on his face, no matter if he's feeling healthy or sick, or if he's having a hard day. He's just this radiant presence that makes everyone around him smile and feel encouraged and welcomed and loved. We always picture him at the baseball field with his signature red Twizzlers to share and his signature guacamole and chips that he shares with us and makes us feel like we're part of the family. From the minute we met him, it's just really clear how he is so dedicated to his family, to his community, and making others around him feel welcome, and always is encouraging a smile and a laugh with everyone around him. We would love to see this ballpark dedicated to him, and we feel like it's such a great choice. Thank you.
This is Chris Stimpson of Vrain Street, Cotton Creek area. Mr. Mayor, City Councillors and staff, I'm Vice Chair of the Environmental Advisory Board, but I'm commenting as an individual and Westminster resident about the city's revised proposed oil and gas ordinance. I understand that some members of the Planning Commission are of the opinion that the rulemaking being undertaken by the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission renders the city ordinance unnecessary. I disagree with this on the simple grounds that things change over time, including such things as drilling technologies. Today, I'm told Westminster cannot be considered a prime drilling location, but if that were to change in 5 to 10 years due to technological advances, we would feel very foolish not to have put reasonable measures in place today for the safety of our residents. I also understand that the issue of setback is still contentious. It is known that toxic emissions from drilling sites have been measured as far as 2,000 feet away, yet the figure of 1,000 feet separation is, I believe, still being discussed. For reasons of safety, I urge strongly that minimum setbacks of 2,000 feet from property lines be established. Another important issue is that of notification. I understand that notification of proposed drilling activity is to be given to property owners within a certain radius of the site. I contend that this notification should be extended to tenants within the set radius, not just property owners. There is apparently a suggestion that if local ordinances regulating oil and gas drilling effectively prohibit such activity within city limits, this would not withstand a legal challenge. My position is that, firstly, even with 2,000-foot setbacks, there would still be potential sites available for drilling within Westminster boundaries. And secondly, that if a community is so built out that setbacks do effectively prohibit drilling, then that community should be ruled out as a drilling location itself. There is a related suggestion that the only locations that might be available would be Westminster open spaces. Knowing how strongly Westminster residents feel about their open spaces, I consider this idea a non-starter. I come to the question of the city requiring a security bond from drilling companies to ensure that disused sites are capped and cleaned up. Recent history around the country abounds with cases of redundant drilling sites being left in a toxic, unsafe, and unsightly condition. So I believe it's not only reasonable but essential that this surety bond measure be taken. I sincerely hope that any ordinance enacted by City Council on these issues is unequivocal. That is to say, without allowing variances at the whim of applicants. Such loosely worded rules tend, in my experience, to be so routinely ignored that they are, in effect, meaningless. Finally, I hope that the final disposition of matters concerning the oil and gas ordinance is put in the hands of City Council as the elected representatives of the city. Thank you for your attention. Chris Stimson, Cotton Creek.
Hello, my name is Kathy Busby. We are Chuck and Kathy Busby. We are Westminster residents since 1978, and we are communicating our support to rename the countryside baseball fields for the Romersburgers. We have been friends of the Romersburger family for 34 years as neighbors in the countryside subdivision where Tom and his wife Joyce raised their sons, Andrew and Eric, and still live. We met the Romersburgers in 1986 when son Andrew was in our Cub Scout troop. Tom brought Andrew and sometimes Eric to Scouts each week and participated in scouting activities. Going forward, Tom became a leader, fundraiser, and coach for American West Little League. He was involved with the organization and both Andrew and Eric's teams. Tom and Joyce became the founders, leaders, and fundraisers for Neighbors for Countryside, an informal homeowners group that was successful in community building and improvement in the neighborhood's pride and care. Tom was also active in was an active community member of various City of Westminster boards. Tom and Joyce love baseball. For example, in retirement, they worked for the Colorado Rockies for over 10 years. As a result of their love of baseball, young people, the countryside neighborhood in the City of Westminster, Tom worked tirelessly to turn a parcel of vacant land into the countryside baseball fields. Those who were around at that time believe this would not have happened without Tom's leadership and diligence. Tom always has a positive outlook. He is a fun and interesting person and a lifelong learner. Tom is an example to all who know him of commitment to his family and friends, his neighborhood, and his city. We are proud and grateful to be Tom's friends, and we would be proud and grateful to see the countryside baseball fields renamed in his honor. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Beverly Goodman,
And it is a pleasure for me to be able to share my thoughts regarding Tom Romersberger and family. I have known Tom and Joyce for over 30 years. They are individuals who are always involved in working toward the better of the community. It was them who got me involved in community activities, such as delivering flyers, attending meetings, helping fold newsletters, etc. I felt it was time well spent, and it always was an enjoyable afternoon or evening, plus an opportunity to meet other neighbors that resided in the countryside area. It was only natural for Tom to become active in trying to raise money for the baseball fields on Oak Street. Their whole family has a passion for baseball. I know that Tom wanted to give the youth of Countryside the opportunity to play baseball in their community. It was a heart-rending effort on his part to accomplish this task. Therefore, naming the fields after Tom is only appropriate and recognition that is well deserved. Needless to say, it would delight him to have this honor, but in addition, many community members would love to see this happen as well. This would signify the appreciation and respect from many people whose children have, and for future generations who will continue to enjoy playing on these fields and who truly share the love of this sport. Thank you.
This comment is for agenda item number 5, public comments. This is Ellen Buckley, and as you know, I'm the chair of the Environmental Advisory Board. After watching the study session where staff introduced the draft oil and gas ordinance, I have several concerns. Number one would be the setbacks absolutely need to be a minimum of 2,000 feet. Health and safety studies show that that's the absolute bare minimum of safer setbacks. It's not safe, but it is safer. SB 19181 does not prohibit the city from banning fracking. It truly doesn't, although the 2,000 feet would not be a ban, so that is not an issue. And it is not something that should be considered when deciding how to adopt this ordinance. Number 2, allowing fracking on the city's open space and parks is outrageous. And I was heartened to see councilors Scully, Seitz, and Volz express concern about this, but I was very disappointed that the other 4, the mayor and the other 3 councilors, had nothing to say on that. As you know, the city's residents prize open space and parks above everything. And per the city, trail usage is up 400% since the pandemic. So we need more safe, usable open space, not less. I was driving by Westminster Hills open space just a couple of days ago, and there were tons of people using it. I don't think those folks that live out there in Countryside and that use Stanley Lake and that use that Westy Hills open space dog park really want to be exposed to benzene and methane and other cancer-causing chemicals. It's also disturbing that the staff hadn't required a bond until the abandonment and reclamation of wells because they thought perhaps the frackers couldn't afford it. Who should the risk be on? The companies causing the harm or the taxpayers? Because be absolutely clear, if you don't require bonding through reclamation in an adequate amount, we the taxpayers are going to have to pay to cap those wells. That's not acceptable. My other major concern is variances as the way the ordinance is currently drafted is far too easily granted. In several places, the language says, well, if they don't meet this, it may be required. No, it shall be required. Variances should be very difficult to get. They should be absolutely difficult, if not impossible. So in summary, I would like City Council to direct the staff early in the process to revise the draft, because do it now, not later. Increase the setbacks from property lines, not the buildings, to a hard 2,000 feet at an absolute minimum. Number 2, prohibit any operations on parks and open space. Number 3, require bonding for the actual amount required to properly cap and reclaim wells. And I've heard recently that's $300,000 per well, but that can certainly be researched. Number 4, make the primary criteria for granting any operation protection against and minimizing adverse impacts to the public health, safety, and welfare of the environment. That's what the citizens require of you as a city council. We require you protect us from threats to our health and our environment. And thank you very much for your thoughtfulness on this issue, and please direct staff early in the process. Thank you.
James Duffy, Chief Operating Officer, Westminster Public Schools, 6933 Raleigh Street, Westminster 8003. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and Mr. Tripp. In 1955, Westminster Public Schools started construction on what became known as Skyline Vista Elementary. In naming the school, the district could have given a nod to the adjoining business, the Motorena Drive-In, or to the first film screened, Mother Wore Tights with Betty Grable. But Grable Elementary did not have the right ring. The district opted for a name that celebrated the openness of the Western Prairie with the name Skyline Vista. In the intervening 65 years, the vista has diminished as homes and businesses have replaced open space. A place name normally exists in relation to a geographical object, real or imagined, and when this object changes character, the reference of the name changes. Without a vista, is the name Skyline Vista still relevant? The district is now in the process of building a new school on the site. Once built, the current school building will be demolished. We believe it is time to reimagine the site. In 2016, we rebranded the district, adopting the name Westminster Public Schools. At that time, the board assured community members of our commitment to honoring the past while embracing the future. As we reviewed names for the new school, we wanted to breathe life into that commitment and searched for a name that would capture the history of the area. South Westminster has had a long and rich agricultural past. The area was once replete with fruit orchards. Apples and cherries were a driving economic engine in the development of the area. To celebrate the city's rich pioneering and homesteading history, we have named the new school Orchard Park Academy. Adjacent to the school is a city park that, when developed in 1997, was viewed as a joint venture between the city and the district. In the original intergovernmental agreement, it was clearly stated that both parties are desirous of developing the recreation area or facility so that it may thereafter be jointly used by them. This collaboration led to the park being named Skyline Vista Park. We value our partnership and the connection between the park and the school. With the new school name, we see an opportunity for the city to celebrate its rich history. A play commissioned by the city, The Last Apple Orchard, explored how a piece of land changes and goes from belonging to a family to belonging to a community. It connects the past to the present. We respectfully ask the city to consider changing the name of Skyline Vista Park to Orchard Park. The new name will connect the city's past to its present. Thank you for considering this request.
Ryan McCoy. I am Ryan McCoy, President of the Westminster Public School Board of Education. Thank you for all you do for our citizens and our community, and thank you for listening to my comments about our request to rename Skyline Vista Park Orchard Park. This is just the latest example of the collaborative relationship between the City of Westminster and WPS. Our students are much better because of it. In November of 2018, our taxpayers approved a mill levy override that enabled us to build a new school on the adjacent space of the current Skyline Vista Elementary. The school sits just north of the Skyline Vista Park at 2595 West 72nd Avenue. Construction is on time and on budget, and the building will open for our students in the fall of 2021. The new school is a significant investment in the southeast part of our district, and we believe it and the nearby park will play a vital role as a hub for our community activity near 72nd and Zuni. Skyline Vista Park offers our students and families an important healthy outlet in an urban environment. Many people will tell you that neighborhoods are defined by its schools and its parks. And so this is why it's such an ideal partnership. As we searched for a new name for the school, we landed on the idea of giving a nod to the region's agricultural history when apple and cherry orchards covered the area. The board supported the choice unanimously of Orchard Park Academy. The Board of Education voted on the name change on October 20th. As we consider the new name of our school, we concluded it made sense to tie the school to the nearby park, and that is why we are asking for the name change. The change is in keeping with our intergovernmental agreement in which the city and the school district support one another to benefit its citizens. We view this request as a win-win for everyone involved. Thank you for your consideration, and we look forward to seeing many of you when we dedicate Orchard Park Academy. Thank you.
This message is from Ian Romersberger on behalf of Tom Romersberger in relation to the renaming of the Romersberger ball field.
Hi, my name is Ian Romersberger. Today I'm going to talk 5 things about why I love my grandpa. The first thing is that my grandpa is the best in my whole life. The second thing is that my grandpa is so funny. The third thing is that my grandpa is one of the best cheers I ever seen. The fourth thing is that he loves the game, baseball, so much. The last thing is that he loves me and my whole family so much. We remember him every day. I'm Ian. Bye.
Hello, my name is Eric Geist. I would like to place a comment in regards to Tom Romersberger. I have known Tom for probably 25 plus years. I grew up with his kids. I know he was an integral part of what we now know as Countryside Ball Fields being brought to life now. And I would definitely appreciate, through my knowing of Tom and his efforts in the community to rename those fields to Tom Romersberger Fields. I also have had the benefit of being a link leader, which Tom brought to Stanley Lake High School. Myself and a group of my friends were some of the first link leaders that participated in that program at Stanley Lake. So I would also greatly appreciate that to be in consideration as what Tom has done for the community within our area of Countryside. So thank you, Tom, for everything that you've done. I know you're going to be listening in on this, and much love to you and your family. Thank you.
Ms. Fitch, I understand that was the last comment.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
All right. You have no other written comments?
No, just the ones that were already sent to council and attached to the packet. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Moving on to the next item on the agenda is a report of city officials. Mr. Tripp.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we had several speakers tonight, and I just want to tell everybody who spoke, I want to first of all thank everybody who participated this evening in our process, but also several of you had questions and comments about particular specific items. We'll follow up with you this week, probably early next week, on those items to provide some additional information for you and make sure that you're involved in the process as we move some of these issues forward. We really appreciate the help. The last thing I'd like to say is to you, City Council, thank you for your service to our community. Thank you to our boards and commissions and for everything that all those folks and all of you do to take time away from your personal lives and your family and to confront sometimes some very difficult situations and to lead our city. It's very much appreciated by the staff. I want to tell you that this week, particularly, I'm thankful for 2,000 employees who have gone above and beyond the call of any duty this year. Every single one of them, full-time and part-time, some benefited, some not benefited, some people who've worked for us for 35 years in part-time jobs, people who've had entire careers with us, who retire after 40 or 45 years, new people who have come to our city hoping to become part of this culture and contributing to the culture and helping us innovate and meet the challenges such as we've had this year. It's a week to be thankful. It's been a difficult year. It's going to be a tough week because we're not going to be able to be with our families. We ask people to work with us and work with their neighbors and friends and family and help keep us safe through this holiday, understanding that we're going to miss some of the things that are routine for us over the next couple of weeks, but there's hope at the end of all this. A vaccine is on its way, and we're all following that. And I just thank our community so much for its patience this year in helping us get to this point. And we look forward to 2021 being a year that we're prepared for anything because we've been through it this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tripp. Moving on to City Council comments, Mayor Pro Tem Sites.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Similar to the city manager, I wanted to thank all of the residents who called in and left public comment for us tonight or emailed in. It is really wonderful to have public participation in these meetings. So for those of you who are concerned about oil and gas, do know that this is something that we continue to evaluate, and we do not have final recommendations. We did have a council study session where council was asking a lot of the same questions that I heard from residents. I was hoping, it sounds like City Manager Tripp's already on top of this. Sounds like there was at least one resident who maybe had a little bit of a misunderstanding what was going on in regards to oil and gas, and I'd ask that someone from staff reach out to her to clarify that there is not a proposal from City Council to place oil and gas or fracking in our dog park. I hope at some point in my life I have done a good enough job in this community that I have a fraction of the support that I heard tonight from Mr. Romersberger. I have to tell you that comment from Ian Romersberger was perhaps the cutest thing I've experienced in the 7 years I've been on council. So thank you so much for that positivity that came in tonight. We do have the Thanksgiving holiday right around the corner, and it's going to look really different. There is a lot of sad moms, I think, across the nation and across the world, well, across the nation. Probably don't care about Thanksgiving in other countries, but it is going to be a different celebration. But I do think it's an opportunity to really count my blessings and what I'm thankful for, which is family, friends, health, and community. And one of the things I am most thankful for has been the opportunity to serve this community. So thank you very much. Those are my comments for tonight.
Councilor Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank everybody who called in tonight, those who called in to support Tom Romersberger, and those who brought questions and concerns. I know that I can comfortably say we all listen to those concerns that you bring forward, and we'll weigh those as we look at issues like oil and gas or whatever the issue is that you called in on. I will quickly say that I know Tom Romersberger personally. I plan on speaking more about why I think that the way we should act on that motion in park renaming. But I wanted to quickly, if you're not going to stay on for the whole meeting, because we do have quite a few items, know that we appreciate all of those of you who called in to support Tom and his family, and just speak about what a great guy I know he is, and that you all know he is. So those are my comments for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Counselor Scully?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to report that last week, Councilor Seymour and I attended the JEDC meeting, which is the Jefferson County Economic Development Council. And in that meeting, they had many good discussions about how to help our businesses in our community to prosper and flourish. They talked about their budget, their ideas for investment, and personally for the council, and then also for businesses. They talked about where cuts were possible and a possible work plan. They are targeting their membership to specific businesses that have indicated that Jefferson County is a good place to plant themselves, such as aviation and IT. And they introduced the new Excel Energy manager, Greg Eicher. So welcome to Greg Eicher. And I just wanted to report on that. Then also, I wanted to make a note that if you haven't been in the open space lately, Thanksgiving might be a beautiful day. I understand we all have snow on Tuesday, but I understand Thanksgiving might be a bit warmer. So I would encourage people to go to take a walk in our open space. There have been so many great improvements. I had the opportunity this morning to do a little walk before work. And to my surprise, I found the wayfinding signs, which I have been waiting for 4 years. So ever since they were introduced. So I was very excited. I took many pictures and sent them to all of my running buddies and biking buddies and said, look, we have all these great signs. So thank you to our Parks and Recreation Department for bringing that forward. I've heard from many people today about how great those are in helping them on those trails. And as somebody who has been lost on the trails before, I now feel confident I will be able to get from point A to point B. So thank you. And then finally, it is our week of Thanksgiving here in the United States. This is one of my favorite holidays, but it's not my favorite holiday because of all the great food we get to have, but it is my favorite holiday because I love the opportunity to be grateful and to be thankful. And one of the things that I am the most thankful for is this great city of Westminster that we live in, and the residents that reside within it. I wouldn't be on the city council if it weren't for all the people that have motivated me, inspired me, and made me feel like this is a community where voice is possible. And so I thank all of you, residents of Westminster, for the great opportunity to serve you and for the great place that you have allowed us to live in and reside in. There is great vision here, acceptance and tolerance, and wanting to be as one community. And I just so appreciate that. So thank you. And that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too want to stand a thing of thanks. I'm very thankful though for another reason, is that I'm not a small business owner that's been affected by the shutdown. I had to witness a friend and local business owner take down their open sign the other day to their restaurant. But the thankful part of that was the incredible, indelible resilience of the local business owners. Because that very next day they rearranged their patio and put up a tent out there. And today they were out there serving people freezing in the shadows of their building, doing the best they can to save what they have left. And so while we are all thankful this week for our families, let's also be thankful for those small business owners who are persevering, who are moving ahead and doing those things that they can do. I'm also grateful for our recognition for our small businesses and Small Business Saturdays. One thing to be thankful for is a lot of small businesses had to develop their online presence during the shutdown. And so we can now take advantage of that and shop online for those local businesses. Keeping in mind too that we're Coloradans, we're tough. Make sure you have a winter coat and a hat and gloves and heavy boots, because you're going to need them for dining out for the next 30 days. So I challenge you. Beer is colder outside, so go out and enjoy it, but eat eat fast because the food gets cold.
Councilor Vols.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a few quick things. I also want to thank everyone who called in. We get the kind of feedback we had tonight on oil and gas and some really good specific points to make that ordinance better. That's very helpful for us in our work. So I thank them for that. And then also the people, family and friends and people from Countryside neighborhood who called in for Tom. That was really great. And that's a great feeling. So I'm glad I was able to be a part of just listening to that. So thank you for calling and taking the time to do that, especially Ian. That was really great. This past Wednesday, EAB met, our Environmental Advisory Board, and they received a presentation from Paul Schminken and Bridger Tomlin, who are in our sustainability office. And we got a report on, or a presentation on, a new sustainable business program. So the purpose of that is to connect and provide businesses with resources and strategies for them to implement best practices in the following areas: environment, community, economic, and resilience. So I know that Councilor Seymour just referenced a tough time a lot of our businesses are going through. So that's got to be our first call and our first priority. So I think it was well said. As this goes forward, I think we'll have some information for council to share, so councilors can be up to date on this. And the presentation was very good, and I look forward to council receiving that. Also today, I think we received an email that today we were certified as a Bee City USA. So I think that's amazing, and thanks staff who worked on that. You know, if we take care of our pollinators, they take care of us. 90% of our fruits and vegetables and flowers are pollinated by bees. So just a little side note, but an exciting move forward that we're Bee City USA as of today, I believe. And then finally, I want to, like everyone else, wish everyone a happy and a safe holiday. Just please be safe out there. And that's all I have. Thank you guys. And good evening to everyone. And thanks for all the phone calls. That was very nice.
Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to everyone who called in regarding oil and gas. I was one of the counselors that didn't say much during study session, but you don't need to say much when you need to listen and really understand a perspective that's a hot topic for residents. So just soaking in what's being said from everyone from all sides. But I also wanted to thank those who called in for Mr. Frommersberger. I have never met him, but boy, I would like to. Hearing all the stories and how impactful he's been in our community. So I'm looking forward to discussing more on that later. But I also have the North Metro Arts Alliance. We had a scheduled meeting last week, but because of what's going on, we've just had an email conversation, and the North Metro Arts Alliance, along with what Councilor Seymour said with hardship in our small businesses, our arts industry and cultural affairs industry takes a hard hit on this as well. And so the North Metro Arts Alliance just received $1,000 thanks to the Westminster Public School Board in memory of Wilbur Flockman, also a great mover and shaker in Westminster, who him and his wife has just dedicated a lot of time here. So as part of that, they're looking to really help art students, and then really for anyone who wants to be involved with art classes, whether that's a Zoom class. So they're brainstorming ideas, and if anyone would like to help participate or has connections to any kind of art background, please get in contact with me so I can get you in touch with the North Metro Arts Alliance to help connect you and help get us moving on putting that art back in the community during this time. And that's all I have for updates. So thank you.
All right, thanks, Council. I wanted to bring up a couple of other items. One, Ian, I don't know what time your bedtime is, but I hope you can hang around for a while. Just remind your parents that this is a holiday week and you're not in school. Veterans Day was just recently observed across the United States. As you know, in our tribute garden, we are in the process of installing several new statues to our individual military branches. For those of you who have not had an opportunity to go down recently, 2 of those statues have been installed. The third one is made, That belongs to, as a donation from Ball Corporation. They are trying to work out a time to have that one installed and have a very small gathering because of the COVID restrictions. So hopefully soon, when we get off these restrictions, we get some nice weather, we'll have a viable celebration for the installations. So far, we have the Coast Guard and the Merchant Marine statues already installed. Again, if you have the opportunity, please stop by. On November the 30th, the governor is calling a special session to deal with some of the impacts of COVID on our small business communities. I ask you, please call your legislative representatives for the state in both the House and the Senate and encourage them to move quickly to get a stimulus package from the state to help stave off some of the financial impacts. Now, we know there won't be this kind of impact from the stimulus that we were hoping for, since the federal government has not seen forth to send a package forward so far. But anything at this point that would help our people who are having to shut down business, as Councilor Seymour alluded to, are laying off people who will not have jobs. And at least until December the 20th, this current order stays in place, when they will reevaluate how we are doing on get our infection rates down, our positivity rates down, but most certainly to be cognizant of our hospitalizations as we move into this red state that we went into on this last Friday. We hope you will help us call our legislators, encourage them to move quickly so that we can get checks out, hopefully by the first part of the year. Moving on to the next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. This is an item of routine matters that is open for a single motion and vote. I'll ask the council at this time if there is anything on the items that would like to be removed. All right, seeing nothing, I will move to Councilor Scully, if you would please, item 8.
Yes, sir. I move that the City Council adopt the consent agenda, items 8A through 8E.
Mayor Pro Tem Sites.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the consent agenda, including items 8A through 8D. Are there any questions on any of those items? Councilor Demott, you have a question on one of them?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. On the legal assistance program, I saw the stats of use between the different cities, and I'm thankful for staff's work on this program. I recall when we put this into place, one of the things that the whole council was in agreement with is we wanted to make sure, even though this was based out of Adams County, was that it also served our residents in Jefferson County. So I'm just curious if we know the split in use between the people in Jefferson County, Westminster versus Adams County, and if we've seen folks utilize that.
Mr. Frankel, I think that may be in your ballpark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Demott, for the question. So yes, the program is available to residents of Westminster, regardless of which side of the county line they live on. So both our Jefferson County residents and our Adams County residents are eligible for the program. As for the breakdown, I don't have that in front of me, but the 152 individuals who were served, according to the report, were Westminster residents. And unless Ms. Erb has additional details, I honestly don't have the breakdown as between the Adams County and the Jefferson County side.
You can get back to me on it. I was just curious about it if you don't have it tonight.
Councilor Demott, I can answer that question. This is Cody Blue Herb, assistant to the city manager. The numbers you see in front of you in this the PowerPoint this evening are reflective only of the Adams County residents. Those who are in Jefferson County work through the Denver offices. Even though we sit in both counties, those in Jefferson County or other counties who come through this specific IGA at either the Irving Street Library or the Adams County courthouse are served, if they're not residents of Adams County, are served through the Denver offices because the court systems are managed separately. So these numbers are just reflective of our Adams County residents who used the program this year.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely happy to help.
All right, guys. If you want to pull something off to discuss it, this is not the way we typically do the consent agenda. If you want to pull it off, we'll pull it off. But if the other questions, I have at least 3 other people. Are we all asking for the same item? If we do, let's pull it off and you can discuss it then.
I did have a quick question, but I can withdraw. It's not that big of a deal.
I don't have a problem taking a question. It's just in our emotion in this process, we don't typically go into discussions on the consent agenda unless we pull the item. Is there one other than this one item we just asked about from Councilor DeMott? Is that the one you want to talk about? If so, let's pull it off and then deal with the others.
That's the one I want to talk about.
Okay, then I would recommend Ms. Scully, if you would, to restate your motion and just cover the ones that are still left, unless somebody has another one they want to pull off. So,
Mayor, just,
yeah,
I had a couple of quick questions about A and B. So
if you want to, then we'll just pull them all off individually.
okay, they're actually quick questions that can be answered quickly, but I would like some answers. So
Then we need to pull them off to discuss them.
all right, I didn't know that. Okay, thanks.
All right, so
All right.
so we
So,
have A, B, and E. So the only one that's left available then is item D, like David. So if you'd restate your motion, then we'll get the second restated as well.
Mayor,
Oh.
I actually believe that it's 8C that is the only one left on the consent agenda because
Yeah,
the
that's right.
consent agenda was, okay,
I'm looking at the old agenda. My apologies.
okay. Thank you, Mayor.
All right.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve 8C of the consent agenda.
Right. Mayor Pro Tem Sykes.
Accept that amendment.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second for only item 8C on the consent agenda. Ms. Fitch, would you take the roll call on item 8C?
Certainly, Mayor. Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison votes yes. Councilor DeMott.
Yes.
Councilor DeMott votes yes. Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights votes yes. Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
Councilor Seymour votes yes. Councilor Scully.
Yes.
Councilor Scully votes yes. Councilor Smith.
Yes.
Councilor Smith votes yes. Councilor Bowles.
Yes.
Councilor Bowles votes yes.
Thank you, Council. Moving back to the consent agenda items. We'll start with item 8B. If someone will make the motion to bring that up, and then we can have the discussion on it. Councilor Bowles, I'll turn to you.
Oh, what do you want me to do? Making a motion? Is that?
Make a motion so we can get it on the table so you can discuss it or ask your questions.
In what kind of form is, I'm sure I'm not following. What am I supposed to?
Make a motion so we can get it on the
Mr.
table.
Mayor, I can make the motion.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I don't know where you do.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I move to accept the financial report and financial statements for October 2020, item 8A.
All right. Councilor DeMott.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Now I will turn to you, Councilor Bowles.
Yes, I had a couple of questions about that. In this section about traffic fines, it says that we are lower than normal for the third quarter in fines. Reason being our traffic fines and our courts were closed from about mid-March to June 1st. Will we make that up this year? I guess my question is that do we anticipate that to be a full loss, or will we catch up and still collect that revenue and capture those fines?
So Finance Director Tammy Hitchens, please.
Thank you.
So I do not anticipate that we will make that up. I don't believe that, we've actually been, ticketing people as much. I guess I would ask Deputy Chief Barron to confirm that. But if we're not ticketing people as much, then we're not going to make that up. And then just having the fewer tickets out there and the courts being, having to shut down and different things, I don't imagine that we will make that up.
Is that, so can Deputy Chief Barron confirm that? Have we written a lot less tickets? Is that because, is that due to COVID because of health concerns? Is that how that works?
This is Deputy Chief Kim Barron. Counselor Bowles, that is correct. When COVID first started in March, we instructed our officers, particularly our traffic officers, to pull back proactive active contacts with pedestrians and motorists in order to better protect our staff from the unknown of COVID at that time until we could get proper PPE in place. And after about 2.5 months, we were able to get the PPE that we felt was effective for them, and we increased our enforcement actions. But the tickets that we've written have decreased during the COVID exposure, and we've since, as of this third wave, we've cut back again on traffic proactive enforcement.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. I saw that we were really way down in that category. I just was curious, but that makes a lot of sense. I thought it was just simply because the courts weren't open, but it makes sense that we took those kind of precautions for the safety of our officers. So thank you for that answer. And then I had one other question, if I can find it here. It looks like our revenues in the water utility fund is well above, like the revenue as well exceeds the expenditures. Does that fund then does those extra funds become carryover? Is that, or what happens with the funds? I can't find it right now. I'm kind of looking through, but it looked like it was a sizable amount of money that we were above. And my question would be, what happens with those funds? And can someone speak to that just a little bit?
So this is Finance Director Tammy Hitchens again. So what you're looking at on those is that you're really, as far as the graphs go, is you're looking at our revenues from, all revenues, but including our rates. And then you're looking just at operating expenses, and our rates are structured such that, there are capital projects, debt service payments, those types of expenses that are included in the rates. And so if you look at the report, and there's in the graph itself, is that the report that you're looking at, Counselor Bowles?
Yes. Yeah, under water, wastewater, stormwater drainage funds, utility enterprise. Yeah, in that section right there on page 10.
So if you're looking at that financial report on page 10, let me get to the right one here, and you're looking at the graph. I'm getting there. So you'll see that on the very left-hand side, there's a lighter yellow.
Yes.
And then there's a kind of a maroonish color.
Yes.
So the maroonish color is what is budgeted for operating, revenue. The yellowish color is what we've budgeted for CIP, debt service, and reserves. And so our rates are include all of that, whereas the expenses that you see, which is the darkish black, it looks almost black, that is actually our operating expense. So the difference is that the revenue is included in the revenue is the amounts that we're utilizing to pay for debt service, CIP, and reserves.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks for explaining that for me. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mayor Pro Tem Sykes.
Thank you so much. It's interesting, Councilor Bowles, because I had a very similar question earlier on that same issue. And in fact, the reason that bar on revenues is in multiple colors is because a few years ago I asked for that. So because it does look like it's all revenue and it's so much taller than our expenses.
Right.
My question is to avoid that type of confusion in the future, and I kind of almost had spidey sense that this would be a question tonight or a concern. Is there room to show the budgeted CIP and debt service portion of that, the expense portion of that on the same graph, and then also where we're at with actuals. So it's really matching up with what we're showing on the revenue side. It's also showing that on the expense side, because we're showing the full equation on the revenue side and only 50% or 60% on the other side. And I think it does lend itself to a little bit of confusion there. So that's just I don't have to answer it now, but I do think it can cause some heartburn when reviewed.
All right, are there other questions on item 8A? All right, seeing none, we have a motion and a second for the acceptance of the financial report for item 8A. Ms. Fitch, would you take the roll, please?
Counselor Demott.
Yes.
Counselor Demott votes yes. Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights votes yes. Counselor Seymour. Counselor Seymour, I saw you, but can you confirm that you voted yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Seymour votes yes. Counselor Scully.
Yes.
Counselor Scully votes yes. Counselor Smith.
Yes.
Counselor Smith votes yes. And Counselor Bowles.
Yes.
Counselor Bowles votes yes. And Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison votes yes.
All right, motion carries on a 7-0 vote. Next item up is item B, the quarterly insurance report. Again, could I get a motion from the council?
Okay, I move to accept the third quarter 2020 insurance claims report.
Counselor Demott,
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Counselor Bowles, you had comments or questions on item B?
I did. On claim number 2020-0191, Diamante Concert Hall. What I'm questioning is, on that, why is the city council listed there? I guess I want to know the process of how the city council on this particular report is listed as the department for that particular claim.
I'll ask Marty Erickson, our risk manager, to join us. Councilor Bowles, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. This is Marty Erickson, Human Resources and Risk Manager. Quite frankly, it's because I don't have a department to put this under. It was actually filed against the Special Permit and License Board that denied this claimant their liquor license. And since that is a board that is appointed by the City Council, I felt that was the best department, so to speak, to place it under, since it really doesn't fall under any other department.
Okay, well, that's a particular board that we don't really have a veto over. I mean, what they're kind of quasi-judicial. Is that, I guess I'm questioning, I don't really know where else to put that, but it seems strange that would be the listing in this report would be City Council. If it was the Parks Board, would it be the Parks Department? Is that how, I guess, how would you do it? Or would you still do City Council on that?
I would definitely look to Dave Frankel, our city attorney, if he has other ideas, but any of the boards and commissions that are appointed, the members are appointed by City Council. My thought would be to place those any claims made against those entities under City Council, but I'm definitely open to Mr. Frankel's suggestions.
Thank you, Ms. Erickson. I agree that for the lack of a better place to file these, City Council does make some sense. Procedurally, understand that our CIRSA coverage does pay the cost of defense on this claim and any similar claim that could be brought against the city. So for the purpose of the financial impact paid to date, I believe that claim does list a balance of $3,721, and our CIRSA coverage is covering that up I believe they'll pay the first 10,000 of those types of claims. So hopefully that is helpful. But yes, I think that assigning it to a department, for lack of a better one, it could be council. I don't know that in the end it makes a difference for how it gets defended, how the claim gets defended and handled on behalf of the city.
Okay, thank you for those answers. Thanks, everybody.
Any other comments on item 8B? Seeing no other comments, Ms. Fitch, if you would, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Yes.
Sights votes yes. Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Counselor Seymour votes yes. Counselor Scully.
Yes.
Counselor Scully votes yes. Counselor Smith.
Yes.
Counselor Smith votes yes. Counselor Vols.
Yes.
Counselor Vols votes yes. Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison votes yes. And Counselor DeMott.
Yes.
Counselor DeMott votes yes.
All right. Item 8B passes on a 7-0 vote. Moving on to the next item on there, item 8D.
Okay.
Ms. Scully, would you like to make the motion?
Oh, I didn't know if you were having.
Yes, sir, I would. Is that okay, Mayor Pro Tem Sights?
Absolutely. I just thought it was our protocol when it's the same, we always cut through. But I have no desire to do it. It's fine.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bear. I move to approve the Colorado Legal Services Adams County Program Intergovernmental Agreement.
Can we have a second, please? Counselor Smith?
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? And I will go back to Counselor Scully. Said you had another question on this one, ma'am?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is do we offer bilingual services as part of this service to our residents?
To my knowledge, Counselor Scully, we have people that have both English and Spanish, but we also have services available to them in other languages, and I will look for Mr. Frankel for confirmation.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. The Colorado Legal Services uses translation services that are in multiple languages, so they can serve, I would say, far more than two. They will obtain translation services for any client that seeks their assistance.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights, you had a question or a comment?
Yeah, I had a question really recently, and I believe other members of council have received this, so I don't mean to step on their toes. I just wanted to check, and my understanding is from conversations with residents that Colorado Legal Service cannot assist folks who are undocumented, but that there are other resources people can use. Does Colorado Legal Services point people to those other services if they come in that situation? And is my assessment correct that they cannot help folks who are undocumented?
Mr. Frankel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Councilor Sights, I believe you are correct in that Colorado Legal Services obtains some of their funding through the federal government, which has restrictions on the use of those funds. But I understand they are able to refer those in need to other services to help them.
Is that a matter of practice, like a matter of course they will in that situation, or can we request that?
They actually provide services statewide and in addition to within Westminster. And so that is their practice, that is their practice statewide.
Thank you.
Councilor Vols?
Yeah, so in our packet, it said that they meet with individuals at the Irving Street Library. And I thought the library was closed. Do they still have office hours there, or how are we handling that through this COVID, the meeting with people kind of here in the city?
Councilor Bowles, my understanding is that Colorado Legal Services does as much as they can by telephone so that they can minimize the risk to their employees and also to those that are seeking their assistance. To the extent that they need to meet face-to-face, I'm sure they will. And I would just actually ask Ms. Erb if she has more up-to-date information specific to your question as far as face-to-face meetings.
Mr. Frankel, that's the same answer I would have given. The only thing I would add is that there have also been restrictions on tenants and evictions. So some of that has changed the focus of their work. They've been helping a lot more with rental assistance programs and that sort of thing, but through other partnerships.
Okay, great. Thanks for that answer. Appreciate it.
Any other comments on item 8D? Ms. Fitch, if you would, please.
Yes. Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Counselor Seymour votes yes. Counselor Scully.
Yes.
Counselor Scully votes yes. Counselor Smith.
Yes.
Counselor Smith votes yes. Counselor Voles.
Yes.
Counselor Voles votes yes. Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison votes yes. Counselor DeMott.
Yes.
Mayor DeMott, or I'm sorry, Counselor DeMott votes yes. Mayor Pro Tem Sites.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sites votes yes.
Thank you, Council. We'll move on to the next item, item number 9. We have nothing on appointments or resignations tonight. Moving on to the next piece of business. This is a public hearing. Public hearing for the 2020-2024 Community Development Block Grant and the Consolidated Plan and first reading of Councilor's Bill number 34. At this point, I will turn to staff to see if there are any comments in regards to the public hearing.
Mayor, we received 2 additional emails which were attached to the packet and sent to council earlier, but no requests to speak live and no voicemails on this item.
Okay. Mr. Tripp, do you have staff that has a presentation on this or just a verbal?
We have staff available to answer your questions. I'm not certain if there's a presentation. But Jenny Grafton is available and her staff and colleagues to make comments and or answer your questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Mayor, we actually did have a brief presentation and we'll try and move through it rather quickly. Most of this is somewhat familiar since we were here in front of council back in October for a study session on this topic. But just wanted to say good evening to you all. Jenny Grafton, Economic Policy and Development Manager, and I, along with Chase Evans, are pleased to present you with the 2020-2024 Community Development Block Grant Consolidated Plan. This is a 5-year plan that really seeks to lay out a framework for how we utilize those program dollars and general direction as far as activities over the next 5 years. Of course, we receive the funds on an annual basis, so we will be back in front of council each year to those to program them. This is the culmination of about a 1-year planning effort that occurs in conjunction with our Adams County partners. But one item I wanted to call out to you in advance here, the City of Westminster has commissioned a separate housing needs assessment. Some of the data that we collect through that goes into this consolidated plan, but it is a much richer standalone document that is specific to Westminster. And that is in the final stages of editing. We are making a few updates to data points, but it will be available for public review, and it doesn't go through a comment period the way this does. It's just a report. We will let council know when that is available, and then at that time, if you would like us to come back and answer specific questions or do a presentation on that data, we are happy to do that as well. I also just want to say before I turn this over to Chase Evans, that it is important for council to remember that the scope of the CDBG program is very narrow. And over the last 4 years, we have worked together with you to correct a number of issues. And so the plan that we have laid out before you this evening really reflects lessons learned and an effort to expand and increase participation across the broader community so that this resource can be used for its greatest impact and benefit to the community. Next slide, please. Staff does believe that the recommendations found in this plan strongly are aligned with the city's vision. In particular, you will notice a focus on improving pedestrian safety and supporting an inclusive community. Now I'd like to have Chase Evans, Real Estate and Development Administrator, walk council briefly through the plan.
Thank you. Next slide, please. As Jenny mentioned, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, requires this consolidated plan to be completed every 5 years. This consolidated plan identifies the city's housing and community development needs, priorities, and goals, and is based on community input, economic data, and past CDBG investments that will be going into a little bit more detail throughout this presentation. HUD requires the city to complete an annual action plan, or an AAP, in order to determine funding allocation to housing and community development activities for each program year. As Jenny mentioned, we'll be coming back every single year to have these AAP documents approved by City Council every year. For 2020, the 2020 AAP is actually part of this 2020-2024 consolidated plan, so we'll be discussing both this evening. CDBG has certain restrictions, and so eligible project activities may include affordable housing activities, certain public facility and infrastructure improvements, and economic development or redevelopment. Next slide, please. HUD has 3 national objectives, the first of which includes benefit to low and moderate income, or LMI, persons. This can be accomplished either through directly supporting affordable housing or by supporting projects that are used in a target area with a resident population that is more than 50% low to moderate income. Now, all 3 of these national objectives that I'll be discussing for all projects or activities that use CDBG funds, they must meet one of these 3 national objectives. This first national objective is also commonly known as the primary national objective, as 70% of CDBG funds must be used to benefit low and moderate incomes individuals. So essentially 70% of the funds have to go to this first of these 3 national objectives. The second national objective is to aid in the prevention or elimination of slums or blight. And the third is to meet a need having particular urgency. This is typically thought of as disaster response. I'd also just like to point out, I'm sure many have heard the term CDBG CV funds. These CV funds are actually related to the CARES Act and are additional funds that were received in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The CDBG CV funds are not part of this consolidated plan, so we're not going to go into any detail with that, but we can certainly provide updates at a later time. Next slide, please. Before we dig into the 2020-2024 consolidated plan, I'd just like to provide a real brief recap on the previous consolidated plan. The previous consolidated plan had 2 main goals. The first was housing, and the second is public facilities and infrastructure. Within these goals, there were various projects, and in the projects that were aimed to meet the housing goal included the Emergency and Essential Home Repair Grant Program that supported 90 qualifying grantees, as well as paying off the Section 108 loan. I'm not going to go through all of the different infrastructure improvements that were completed, but I will point out the last bullet point is the design of pedestrian safety and streetscape improvements. So this was for Hooker Street. The design component of this was completed as part of the 2015-2019 consolidated plan. The actual construction is a proposed component of the 2020 consolidated plan. So I will point that out. Next slide, please. The draft consolidated plan, as Jenny mentioned, was developed based on various citizen input with help from our consultant, Root Policy Research. As Jenny mentioned, this citizen input has been ongoing since 2019, and actually one benefit of that, as it turns out, is that since this was pre-COVID-19, we were able to have several in-person community events and focus groups to collect input that then supported or drove the drafting of this consolidated plan. We also had several other meetings and touch points with various community members, which are summarized here on the slides. I'm not going to read through them word for word. And it's also worth noting, as Jenny mentioned, We are part of the Adams County Home Consortium, and as such, this consolidated plan, in addition to just City of Westminster data, also looks at both county and regional data as well. So a little bit more of a holistic, wider view. Next slide, please. So the previous slide really focused on the citizen participation that went into drafting the consolidated plan. This slide is related to after the draft consolidated plan was complete and posted, the citizen comment that we received in connection with this draft plan. The draft consolidated plan was posted on October 13th after the October 12th City Council presentation. And as of the drafting of this agenda memo, there was only one public comment that was received. I believe it was indicated that there were 2 additional written public comments that were received after the fact. All of these public comments will be incorporated into the consolidated plan, and we will take into consideration all of that feedback. The consolidated plan was posted for a 30-day review period. Technically, however, because of the additional time leading up to tonight's public hearing, we actually accepted public comment for a total of 43 days. The city attempted to broaden our outreach and actually be more inclusive by using social media to publicize the posting of the consolidated plan, with several posts from October 15th through November 20th on the city's Facebook and Twitter accounts. We also coordinated with various nonprofit partners to allow them to also publicize and use their circles to drum up more support and feedback for the consolidated plan. Staff also met with the Maker Resident Board and Growing Home Volunteers to seek additional feedback. And lastly, both emails and hard copy mailings were sent out ahead of 2 weeks ahead of this public hearing to solicit additional feedback. Also, I'd just like to be clear that we have a CDBG email list that anyone that is listening tonight that is more than welcome to go to the City of Westminster CDBG website, and there is a way you can click and add your email to be sure you receive any future correspondence with our CDBG program. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the 2020 Annual Action Plan is part of the 2020-2024 Consolidated Plan. So the 2020 AAP has 2 goals. The first is to preserve and expand affordable housing, and the second is infrastructure and streetscape improvements. These are somewhat similar goals that we've seen in the previous consolidated plan. The first goal, preserve and expand affordable housing, has 3 separate projects. The first is the Emergency and Essential Home Repair Program. This program provides grants to low-income homeowners to make repairs that improve safety and mobility up to $5,000. Council may recall asking during our previous October presentation whether or not we could work with our Public Works Department to audit homes with plumbing leaks that were evidenced by higher bills. This could be done assuming that the residents meet the income qualification requirements, as this program is only supported for low-income individuals, low and moderate income individuals. So that could be done, and any plumbing repairs have always been allowed under this program. So that's something that could be looked into and expanded going forward. Also, I'd just like to point out for anyone that's listening tonight that we are increasing the promotion of our Emergency and Essential Home Repair Program through additional posts on social media, as well as we will be sending out an advertisement with our December utility bills when those go out. Going back to the goal 1, preserve and expand affordable housing, our other 2 projects that fall under this goal, the second one is affordable housing site improvements. This is using CDBG funds to fund site improvements for new affordable housing developments. And then lastly, affordable housing preservation, which is again using CDBG funds to maintain and improve aging but existing affordable multifamily properties. So one is really geared towards new affordable housing. The second is geared more towards repairing and maintaining the existing housing stock. The second goal is the infrastructure and streetscape improvements. And the project under this is what I indicated earlier. This is related to the Hooker Street pedestrian improvements that'll repair and replace sidewalks and streetscape lighting that will improve and promote better pedestrian access in the Westminster Station TOD area. I'd also like to just point out real quick that these goals in projects are a strategic shift away from previous real estate acquisitions and towards projects that can be completed in generally a 1 to 2 year time frame. We don't see these as being less impactful projects, but that these can be still very impactful projects, but by carving them up into smaller chunks, we can get better completion and then move forward to the next component. Next slide, please. I won't go into too much detail as this is kind of a repeat of the previous slide and the different goals and projects under each, but just to quickly go through this, the 2020 CDBG allocation is approximately $631,000. That is new CDBG funding that is provided by HUD for the 2020 program year. Additionally, there's approximately $852,000 that represent prior year resources. These are either funds that were not spent in previous years, or they could represent funds related to projects that were canceled and repaid. So in total, the 2020 AAP budget is just under $1.5 million. The CDBG administration, the CDBG program allows for up to 20% of the 2020 allocation to go towards administration costs. We've used these funds to pay for one full-time position that is the CDBG planning technician. Any unspent admin money can go back to the following year's prior year resources. So for example, the $852,000 does have some admin money that was unspent from the prior year. Continuing on, goal 1 has a total of $780,000 allocated to it, and that is made up of $40,000 for the emergency and essential home repair program, $250,000 for the affordable housing site improvements project, and $490,000 to the affordable housing preservation project. Just like to point out, while the EEHR emergency and essential home repair program may look small compared to the other buckets, this was done intentionally as there is an existing balance of about $200,000 for the EEHR program. So we intentionally lowered the funding for this year so that the program can kind of catch up with the funds that are left over from previous years. Lastly, the remaining $578,000 has been is proposed to be allocated to the infrastructure and streetscape improvements project. Next slide, please. That's going to conclude our presentation for tonight. I'll just do a quick next steps and some key dates that are coming up. So tonight is the public hearing and a request for approval of the draft consolidated plan. Assuming the plan is approved and moves forward, staff will have from November 24th through December 14th to incorporate the additional input that was received this evening and earlier today for the consolidated plan. On December 14th, there will be a second reading for the supplemental appropriation ordinance. This only relates to the new CDBG money, the approximately $600,000 amount. And then lastly, from December 15th through December 20th, staff will work to complete and file the consolidated plan, complete any required city certifications, and go through the standard Adams County consortium submittal process. So with that, unless Jenny has anything else she'd like to add, I'd be happy to answer any questions, or we'd be happy to answer any questions that City Council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chase. Yes, I don't have anything additional to add. We're open for questions.
All right, Council, I know we recently saw this in a study session, basically the same materials. Are there any other questions at this time? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I'll be brief. Thank you both for this presentation. And I was one of the counselors who asked in regards to the emergency and essential home repair program being used for leak repair. I think that would be a really great use of that. And I'm wondering if there has been some way to coordinate with Public Works, because now with the new meters, we're supposed to be able to detect leaks proactively. And then in addition, I believe our Public Works, because of some of the assistance programs we offered there, would be able to would have some data on residents that would qualify because they've already been vetted for those programs. So I'm hoping that that $240,000 can be, you know, kind of, we could work in conjunction with Public Works to assist those residents with leaks, because we have been hearing a lot about that this year. But I just did want to say thank you again for this presentation, and I look forward to voting on it tonight.
Other comments from council? All right, Councilor Bowles.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Hang on, jumping ahead. Are there any other comments from council? Councilor DeMott.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just looking at a couple of the things on here. And so one question I had is, and I know you just went over this with the administration piece, is that consistent with what we've done over the last couple of years? I know are those positions kind of adds that we've increased that spend? I mean, has that always been a full-time position?
Sure. Councilor DeMont, I'll take that since Chase has just recently this year sort of assumed responsibility for the CDBG program. Yes, what we have done as a matter of course is every year we set aside the 20% for administrative expenses. In addition to staff salary, that's also money that can be used if we need to hire consultants, do any reports, things of that nature, translation services, all of that falls into that category of expenses. In the past, we have actually had 1.5 FTE paid with the CDBG funds. We have a position that's currently vacant, so at this time we are only paying 1 FTE out of that. Does that answer your question completely?
It does. I always have kind of I mean, I get it, everything takes time, but I am always concerned at the amount of administration that goes from these funds. One of the other questions I had is specific to one of the allocations of the funds. So if you look at the portion for the streetscape in the Hooker streetscape, was there any thought to using any of the funds for 72nd Avenue itself, being a main thoroughfare? I'm curious why we haven't thought to potentially look at some streetscaping on that street.
Thank you very much for the question. We have looked at that, and I think we also have some community development traffic staff available too, if you would like to go deeper into that. But essentially the CDBG program, because it is based on local demographics and meant to serve local communities of low to moderate income, they don't allow the funds to be used on projects that serve a regional component. So Federal Boulevard, exempt. 72nd Avenue, exempt. There are certainly other funding sources that can help to make improvements there. What we try to do with the CDBG program then is address those local streets that are not subject to that restriction and hopefully overall create a better network.
That makes sense. I appreciate that answer. I guess the only other thing that I would open up for your thoughts on, if I look at the allocation of, say, affordable housing versus the other good things that we do with this program, I'm just wondering if it's unbalanced as far as the needs of folks who actually already live in the city. And I understand the affordable housing situation is rough throughout the metro area, and it continues even through a pandemic to seem like it's getting more expensive to get housing inside of the Denver metro area. However, we also have a lot of residents who already live here that could definitely benefit from those funds. Do we feel that, we are in a good spot with the percentage of allocation to the different programs?
I'm actually going to let Chase answer that one because he's done some analysis of the overall percentages that I think he'd like to speak to.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jenny. So just one point I would just like to clarify for the 2020 AAP, so that not just the 2020 budget, but the entire $1.48 million that was allocated in the 2020 AAP, only 16% of that is budgeted or proposed to go towards new affordable housing projects. The EEHR and the multifamily affordable housing rehab preservation project, both of those are for essentially, one is for rental properties and the other is for homeownership, single family homeownership. And both of those programs are really geared towards assisting those existing residents. The affordable housing site improvements, that's the $250,000 or 16%. that's really the only program that's really geared towards new affordable housing that would theoretically support either new residents or existing residents in the community that are moving to this location.
Oh, I appreciate that. I guess to dig into that a little bit with the renter portion of it, how do folks become aware of that, and how do we make sure that people are aware that that's available to them?
Are you talking about new construction, Councilor DeMott?
He had mentioned renter, so does Chase mean that goes towards affordable rental properties, or how is that directly assisting folks who are in a rental position?
Sure. So the nature of the regular CDBG funds isn't direct rental assistance. It is a unique program in that while it's designed to support affordable housing, you can't actually use these funds to construct affordable housing. So it can be done to support development through whether it's site improvements or taking remedial actions on older properties, perhaps that need weatherization. So it's almost always done in partnership with either a developer or a landlord, as opposed to a direct assistance to an individual tenant.
And that makes sense. I'm just trying to understand what exactly that means. So like if it's a rental or versus a tenant, so like say, is it just affordable housing units that's owned by say Adams County Housing Authority, or is it within a certain area that meets the criteria that would meet CDBG funds, where say maybe there's a property owner that the properties run down inside of that defined area?
Right. So if it's a property specific undertaking, it is based on the income qualifications for that particular property. So they would need to have evidence that they are serving 80% AMI and below. And typically, CDBG funds are paired with another mechanism, as are many federal funds, which is known as a land use restriction agreement. So there is a formal commitment from the property owner to preserve the affordability at a certain level.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Councilor Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can appreciate the in-depth work on this that was put into this. I just had a couple comments. One of them was similar to Councilor DeMott, in that as 72nd is a gateway to historic Westminster, and we've done some great improvements along Bradburn and on Irving Street as far as lighting. I'm very glad to see that we're going to we need sidewalks and accessibility. That first link is important as anything else for our residents and safety of these. But I have deep concerns about CDBG money, in that it cannot ever be used for maintenance. And I believe that has led us in some cases in certain parts of historic Westminster, where we've started a project that looks great on the front end, we don't have coordination or money on the back end. A couple things that are apparent on that are some of the trees that we've planted along Bradburn, and also I'm not sure where they came from, but we have expansive flower pots along 72nd that are not maintained. They're just big concrete ways, and those are detracting from that area. They don't add to it, and I think it's a miss for us to not have that as part of the plan. So those are my comments. I have concerns on spending money on and not having the money on the back end or the wherewithal to maintain those projects, and planting some flowers and watering along that section would be no different than the expectation that we would have on some of our main boulevards in central and north part of the town too. So I ask that we keep our eye on that.
Sure. Councilor Seymour, may I respond to that just briefly? You're absolutely correct that has been one of the problems we've worked to address. So if you look closely at the components of the proposed plan, where we say streetscape improvements, we are strictly talking about hard infrastructure, so sidewalks, lighting. We would not recommend the use of CDBG funds for anything like planting in the future. They're much less restrictive. sources of funds, it has run us into difficulties for exactly the reasons that you mentioned. So we're in complete agreement that that's not the best way to utilize these funds.
Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess mine is more of a comment than more of a question. And actually, I do have a question now that I'm processing. Did I read in here that, and I could have completely made this up, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but did I read in here that this could go to infrastructure projects such as water and sewer?
So actually this goes back to 72nd Avenue quite well. So we wouldn't be able to utilize it for larger scale infrastructure where there was a system serving a neighborhood, for example, as a whole. However, we believe, and we have more research to do on this, and we want to get confirmation from HUD before we would go into this, but we believe there might be an opportunity for individual homeowners, if there's sewer lateral, that comes off of the main service directly to the house, when those fail, those tend to be very significant cost burdens to repair, anywhere from $6,000 to $15,000. And we know that if we could assist with those, that is certainly an item that could help make the difference in whether or not a homeowner has to sell or is displaced because of that extraordinary expense. So it's something that we want to look into more deeply. We think it could be very impactful, but we do want to be absolutely certain that it doesn't cause any problems before we undertake that.
Great, thank you. Because I know that we've had some public comment for water and sewer work in the area. And I know it's in the works for down in the future, I believe 2022, but it would be great if we could maybe push it up to a 2021 timeframe. But much to that end, there's a lot of great things in this plan, but also items that I hesitate moving forward with, and they've been brought up here before. But and this is a question to my colleagues here. Do we feel that we have enough public comment to move forward with this consolidated plan? Because quite honestly, I'm not quite there yet as far as understanding where the public feels about it. So I would like to hear from all of you if you feel that the public has provided enough input to this plan.
Well, Councilor Smith, remember that what we're doing tonight is putting it back out to the public again. So they're still consolidating comments. It's not closed to comments. So there's still plenty of opportunity if they need to put in something, but this has been going on for quite a while.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much.
Other comments from council or any other questions? All right, seeing none, going back to Ms. Fitch, do we have any other comments other than those that have been attached to the packet in regards to comments on this public hearing?
No, Mayor, we have not.
All right. At this point, I will close the public hearing and we will move to item 10A2. Councilor Vols.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve the allocation of community development block grant funds as set forth as presented for the 2020 program year and authorize staff to submit the 2020 through 2024 community development block grant consolidated plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Mayor Pro Tem Franks.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for item A2 under number 10. Are there any other comments or questions from council? Seeing none, Ms. Fitch, would you do the roll call for this item, please?
Yes. Councilor Scully.
Yes.
Councilor Scully votes yes. Councilor Smith.
Yes.
Councilor Smith votes yes. Councilor Vols.
Yes.
Councilor Vols votes yes. Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison votes yes. Councilor DeMott.
Yes.
Councilor DeMott votes yes. Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights votes yes. Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
Councilor Seymour votes yes.
Thank you, council. This motion is carried. We will move on to an item. Mr. Foles, if you would, please, item A3. Finish that one out.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to pass Councilor's Bill number 34 on first reading, providing for a supplemental appropriation of funds to the 2020 budget of the Community Development Block Grant Fund.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussions on item 10A3? All right, seeing none. Ms. Fitch.
Counselor Smith.
Yes.
Counselor Smith votes yes. Counselor Bowles.
Yes.
Counselor Bowles votes yes. Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison votes yes. Counselor Demott.
Yes.
Counselor Demott votes yes. Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights votes yes. Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Counselor Seymour votes yes. Counselor Scully.
Yes.
Counselor Scully votes yes.
Thank you, Council. This motion carries under 10A3. This is for Council's Bill number 34. I've had a request for a short bio break. It is by my watch 9:20. Let's be back at 9:25. Take a short 5-minute break. We are in recess until 9:25.
So Counselor Seymour, are you trying to make us all look bad by wearing the tie and we don't have a tie on?
No, not at all.
Oh,
You are pretty dapper today, I have
I
to say,
know, like,
Counselor
what? I'm
Seymour.
like-
I
Guys, remember,
thought
you're
about
still
this
on
the
the-
other day. Oh,
Guys, you're
Run
still
it.
on the record.
I'm doing it to support local businesses. My dry cleaner missed me.
I had a conversation with ours as well that he's really slow right now.
One, two, three, four. Oh, sorry, I kept looking to see who wasn't here and it was mine. All right, Ms. Fisher, we back on the record.
Yes, we can be back on the record. Everyone is accounted for.
All right, all the council is back. Next item on the agenda is item B1. This is holding a public hearing regarding the approval of the preliminary development plan for Harris Park. Mr. Tripp, you have someone ready for this one?
Yes, Director Downing, please join us.
Okay. Mr. Downing, if you would, please.
Yes, Mayor. Staff is prepared to make the staff presentation on the public, the rezoning and PDP for 3630 West 73rd Avenue, 7287 Lowell Boulevard, and 7277 Lowell Boulevard. Once you're ready for that, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to introduce our senior planner, Nathan Lawrence, to do the staff presentation.
Great, thank you, Dave. Greetings and good evening to Mayor and members of City Council. I will be presenting the staff analysis of the rezoning and preliminary development plan application for Harris Park Block 43 Senior Housing. A number of community development staff members are here with me tonight, including Rita McConnell, Planning Manager, Heath Klein, Transportation Engineer, and Dave Losman, our City Engineer. Economic development staff are also present tonight and will be introduced along with the applicant's portion of the presentation. Tonight, I'll be presenting the City of Westminster's request for approval of a rezoning to planned unit development, or PUD, and accompanying preliminary development plan, or PDP. Approval of this rezoning and PDP would allow the construction of a multifamily senior housing development on Harris Park, Block 43. Next slide, please, Matt. The subject property is comprised of 3 parcels located at the southwest corner of 73rd Avenue and Lowell Boulevard. To orient you, the Penguin Building is directly adjacent to the south of the site that's outlined in red. And the Community Resources and Housing Development Corporation headquarters is located to the north across 73rd Avenue. Next slide, please. To bring this project before you, a staff agenda memo has been created and posted on the city's website. Public notice of tonight's meeting was mailed to nearby property owners and was published in the Westminster window. 2 signs were posted on the subject property, one facing 73rd Avenue and another facing Lowell Boulevard. These items are hereby entered into the public record at this time. Next slide, please. The applicant is requesting to rezone the subject property to PUD from the current C1 commercial zoning. Section 1153 of the Westminster Municipal Code contains criteria that form the basis of consideration for approval of rezoning, and staff finds that the applicant's application generally meets these criteria. For PUD zone, land uses are delineated on an approved PDP, which must be consistent with the property's comprehensive plan land use designation. All of the land uses proposed by the applicant are in conformance with the property's comprehensive plan designation of traditional mixed-use neighborhood development, or TMUND. Next slide, please. Section 11.514 of the Westminster Municipal Code contains 10 criteria that form the basis of consideration for approval of PDP amendments. Staff finds that the PDP application generally meets these criteria. The first three of these criteria relate to whether the PDP conforms with applicable codes, follows appropriate planning principles, and identifies any exceptions sought. The applicant is requesting senior multifamily residential land use in addition to commercial office, commercial retail, personal services, and live work uses, all of which comply with the TMUND comprehensive plan designation. Compliance with the architectural and site design standards listed in the TMUND design guidelines will also be required. The proposed setbacks and building envelope are regulated specifically by the preliminary development plan. The building setbacks around the site have been modeled after those found in traditional urban neighborhoods and mirror the setbacks found for the neighboring buildings. Specifically, the setbacks along both Lowell Boulevard and 73rd Avenue have been designed to mimic the setbacks of the CRHDC building to the north across 73rd. Together, these two buildings would form a gateway to the Harris Park mixed-use core along 73rd Avenue. 3 exceptions from the TMUND design guidelines are being requested as part of the applicant's application. The first exception deals with a reduction in the setback from the curb line along 73rd Avenue from 20 feet to 10 feet, which, as mentioned, is in keeping with the character of 73rd Avenue. The second and third exceptions relate to the required landscape strips along Lowell and 73rd. Both of these reductions from the standard 8-foot landscape strip are being requested to match the existing streetscape improvements along those 2 corridors. The fourth exception requests the elimination of the requirement that a minimum 1/3 of the on-site parking spaces be covered or garaged. Parking for the other multifamily buildings analyzed in the area is provided in uncovered surface parking lots as demonstrated in attachment 2 of the agenda memo. So this request is in keeping with the neighborhood context. Next slide, please, Matt. Criteria 4 through 6 ensure that the project is compatible with surrounding development and does not adversely affect future development. Staff finds that the PDP application generally meets these criteria. The addition of a residential land use will not be detrimental to existing or future land uses, as a mix of residential and commercial uses is prevalent in the Harris Park area. The maximum proposed density of 34 units per acre fits squarely within the density range of the other multifamily developments that currently exist in the immediate area. Furthermore, the proposed maximum building height of 40 feet will ensure compatibility with the scale of other multifamily developments in the neighborhood, which range from 1 to 3 stories. Parking will be provided in accordance with the requirements of the Westminster Municipal Code at a ratio of 1 off-street space per unit with 1 guest space provided per 5 units. The required off-street parking will be situated to the rear of the project and will be fully screened from view of adjacent rights of way. Next slide, please. The final 4 criteria ensure that the PDP provides for safe and free traffic flow and identifies any land dedications. Staff finds that the PDP application generally meets these criteria. All of the streetscapes surrounding the project will be designed to match the existing streetscapes along both 73rd and Lowell to maintain neighborhood continuity. Vehicular access to the site will be provided from the rear alley, which is a common feature in the neighborhood, and this will minimize traffic impacts on the local streets and foster a safe and engaging pedestrian environment. This alley will be required to be upgraded in accordance with city standards to allow for safe two-way traffic. And no property dedications have been identified. Next slide, please. On October 27, 2020, the Planning Commission voted 4 in favor and 3 against a motion to recommend approval of the rezoning to City Council. They then voted 3 in favor and 4 against a motion to recommend approval of the PDP. Next slide, please. As a result of staff's analysis of the rezoning and PDP criteria set forth in sections 11.5.3 and 11.5.14 of the Westminster Municipal Code, staff recommends holding a public hearing and approve the proposed rezoning and PDP. Next slide, please. Staff believes that the proposed rezoning and PDP amendment meet the three goals of the city's strategic plan. It exhibits visionary leadership, effective governance, and proactive regional collaboration, supports the goal of creating a vibrant, inclusive, and engaged community, and promotes a beautiful, desirable, safe, and environmentally responsible city. Next slide, please. That concludes the portion of the presentation of the rezoning and preliminary development plan application for Harris Park Block 43 Senior Housing. Jenny Grafton with Economic Development will now begin the applicant's portion of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Good evening again, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. Again, Jenny Grafton, Economic Policy and Development Manager. I'd like to make introductions of the others who are participating in tonight's presentation and also acknowledge the hard work that other city staff have contributed. As Council knows, this is a complex development that has required the knowledge and expertise of a very strong team. At present, the city is the owner of the subject property that was acquired with federal funds from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And as Council can appreciate from the previous agenda item, the use of those funds requires that a national objective be met. For that reason, the city has entered into a memorandum of understanding with Community Resources and Housing Development Corporation, or CRHDC for short, to pursue development of affordable senior housing at this site in fulfillment of one of those national objectives. But partners in that effort have also included Adams County, who has given a preliminary award of over $1.7 million. Shortly, I will turn the presentation over to Arturo Alvarado, Executive Director of CRHDC, and architect Gabe Bergeron of Studio Completiva to speak to their proposed development project. I would also like to introduce Pat Lee of Strategic Environmental Systems. He is a professional engineer with extensive experience in brownfield remediation projects and environmental management. He's been the city's consultant on numerous projects, including this one. We also have Fonda Apostopoulos from the Colorado Department of Public Health and the Environment, where he serves as the project manager and on-scene coordinator for remediation projects. If I could have the slides advanced, please, and actually go on to the next one. Thank you. I'd first like to offer just a high-level summary of the property to provide context for the public. As Council will recall, the 3 parcels that comprise this site were acquired between 2004 and 2012 in separate transactions with the intent of catalyzing redevelopment of the area. But in addition, the goal was to mitigate environmental contamination from the adjacent site to the north, where the CRHDC headquarters are now located. And you'll see that identified on the map in front of you. Next slide, please. There were leaking underground storage tanks in that site to the north that were removed in 1992. The Colorado Division of Oil and Public Safety has been responsible for the ongoing monitoring and remediation of that spill. And working with engineer Pat Lee, the city submitted an application to the state's voluntary cleanup plan, which was approved by Mr. Apostopoulos at CDBG this past spring. It is important to understand that because this program is voluntary, the focus is really on recommendations and monitoring during a construction project, which is where both of our technical experts are involved and why we wanted to have them here this evening to answer any of your more detailed questions along those lines. A third-party engineer would be on site as well at the time of construction to monitor installation of a vapor barrier system that he or she would certify. As a point of reference, it is comparable to what some of you may be familiar with that is done in homes for radon, as this is about mitigating vapors, but it is specific to a benzene-related contamination. So this plan, which is also known as a VCUP for short, was submitted to HUD along with Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental reports. Taken together, those documents form what is known as a Part 50 application to HUD, and that is a requirement. So while the voluntary cleanup plan is voluntary, the filing of all of those documents to HUD is mandatory. And I want to address this specific issue before moving on to the other presenters, as I know that city's inability to demolish the existing structures on this site has caused great frustration. City staff have been told repeatedly over the past months that approval of that Part 50 was imminent, and we too are very frustrated by the delay. Without that approval, however, the city is prohibited from demolishing the structures, and we have reached out and gotten documentation from the HUD Region 8 Director, Katie Burke, just dated this last Friday, November 20th. If council would like to receive that, we're happy to forward it, but it does articulate the restriction on the demolition. While we still expect that approval shortly, staff is obtaining bids right now to fence the property and has the bid for a demolition contract ready to go out. The city will bear responsibility for all aspects of the demolition. Excuse me one moment. And has had that budgeted, the demolition work, through the Westminster Housing Authority for a number of years. At this point, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Arturo Alvarado, and would just ask you to note that we have worked together to gather some examples of similar remediation and redevelopment projects for residential properties that we can reference at the end of this presentation if council would like. Thank you.
Good evening, Arturo Alvarado here, and thank you for the opportunity to address the council tonight. If we could, I think we have a set of few slides there. There we go. Thank you. So I'm extremely excited to have the opportunity to introduce CICC and goals of development of Harris Park Senior Apartments with Westminster City Council. CICC looks to meet the goals of the City of Westminster for multifamily housing to be developed on this space. We're also encouraged by the Planning Commission's recommendation for rezoning of the space to residential use. CICC feels residential reuse is appropriate and believes there are social, economic, and environmental gains that come with development. At CICC, we believe in a Colorado where every community is a place of opportunity with safe housing. CICC turns 50 next year, and we are a nonprofit organization with an extensive history of developing housing across the state, both single and multifamily housing, including senior affordable housing. CICC has been proud to call Westminster, and specifically the Harris Park community, home for the past 26 years. CICC has taken part and led in community conversations and heard from a number of interested parties about the potential development of affordable senior housing on the space, and positive feedback has been received and has been taken into consideration of our proposed development. We are delighted to have this unique opportunity to propose the development of affordable senior rental homes in our own backyard, right across the street from our office at 73rd and Lowell. Next slide, please. CICC has a history of building high quality and high performing housing. We currently own 5 senior affordable rental housing developments in the state. On the slide, you see a few of those properties. We pride ourselves working with our development team and architects in developing beautiful housing developments where seniors can call home. We build our housing developments to fit the local community and landscape and the historic fit. A number of our developments have received state and national awards for design and use. We act as the management team for all of our properties. We have years of experience in property management and pride ourselves on ensuring our properties remain high performing for residents and the community. At Harris Park Senior Apartments, CICC looks forward to continuing our successful history of developing high quality, high performing, and healthy housing with access to opportunity for seniors 55 and older that is safe, affordable, and attainable. In the process, eliminate neighborhood blight, improve the environmental quality of Harris Park, and help improve the local economy by creating temporary and permanent jobs. Next. But most importantly, the proposed development is about the community and people. HPSA, or Harris Park Senior Apartments, will provide a place where seniors can call home and have the opportunity to age in place. In fact, a number of local residents have contacted us about the proposed development and are interested in calling Harris Park Senior Apartments home. The development is within walkable distance to neighborhood amenities, close to public transportation, the post office, social opportunities, including an ideal location to the mature adult center, the arts district, parks, yoga studio, and it has access to healthy food options. Housing will be affordable and attainable, welcoming residents of income levels that meets the community profile of Harris Park today. The annual median income, household income in the Harris Park community is approximately $51,500. Rents will be tiered to attract residents of income levels up to $84,000 for a one-person household and up to $96,000 for a two-income household. But Harris Park Seniors Apartments will have 50% AMI, 80% AMI, and up to 120% AMI units available. Market studies indicate there are over 2,500 renter households in the market area, with approximately half with incomes at or below the proposed restrictions for the property. Currently, there are no senior rental options at 80% AMI in the market area. That is income levels of $55,000 and below for a one-person household. Further, Harris Park community has a significantly higher percentage of senior residents living in Harris Park today than the state of Colorado. Harris Park Senior Apartments will help to meet affordable housing needs of the community by providing affordable housing for the aging and growing senior population. Harris Park Senior Apartments will be an attractive community asset and provide a healthy place to call home for numerous households for years to come. In my opinion, it is time to remove the blighted buildings present today and put the space to good use. With that, I will turn over the presentation to Gabe Bergeron with Studio Completiva. We picked Studio Completiva for their history of designing senior affordable rental housing and working with local nonprofit community development organizations like us, CRTC, and we're happy to have Studio Completiva as our architect. Gabe, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Arturo. And thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to present this exciting project. Next slide, please. So just briefly, Studio Completiva was founded 25 years ago by our principal and founder, Young Cho, who is also here tonight and available to answer some questions, or he may chime in. The firm is founded with the idea of doing work that really makes a difference. And we're a mission-based firm. We love to work with groups like CRHDC, who are working to make a difference in the lives of people that will inhabit their projects, and also in the neighborhoods where their projects will go. So next slide. So just to show visually some of the items that Nathan presented, here is our site with the colorful blocks on it, 73rd Avenue running along the north and Lowell Boulevard on the east. And this site is a great, it's a great corner site and acts as a kind of gateway into a delightful neighborhood on 73rd Avenue. And so we wanted to really think about this site and how it could mark an important corner and how it could provide a really excellent pedestrian experience along Lowell and 73rd. And we've looked carefully at the character of the neighborhood and the scaling and massing of surrounding buildings. And what we're proposing with this site is really right in the scale of what's directly around. And in particular, if you look to the north of 73rd there, we have this diagram showing a lining of our setback. Well, that is that we want the future building here to really align with the same edge as the building that CRHDC is headquartered in, directly to the north of 73rd. so that by doing so, we create a building that can act kind of in a complementary manner with the building that is there directly across 73rd. And so that's really the nature of the setbacks that we're proposing here, is how do we make an urban edge that takes the fabric from the north side of 73rd, that headquarters building and the townhomes further north of that building, and really pull the essence of that character down along Lowell Boulevard, which we think is appropriate and would work very well to revitalize this site. The other thing to note here is that we're suggesting putting the vehicles not up front or not having access off of Lowell and 73rd, but rather establishing a parking area that is served off of the alleyway. And the alleyway here from 73rd is a two-way alleyway. And so we're proposing keeping the cars from in the streets and alleyways to the parking area, rather than curb cuts that would interrupt what we're otherwise trying to create as a really pleasant right-of-way experience. Additionally, in the more kind of turquoise blue tone along Lowell Boulevard, part of the right-of-way improvements that we're considering would include street parking there along Lowell. So I think that covers some of the major elements that Nathan mentioned. The other thing I wanted to say is, with the parking identified there on kind of the southwest corner of the site, and we'll show you shortly our attitude towards the buildings being that we have a nice strong presence towards Lowell and 73rd. There becomes a kind of inner life to the building, to the potential building. And so we want to make use of the openness of that parking area and the sun that could kind of get into that courtyard area there. And so, so those are just some points to make. If we go to the next slide, I'll speak to a couple other elements here. So we really love the character of historic Westminster. The large picture to the right there is the Penguin Building, which is a great example of a Western false front building. And and it's our direct neighbor. So we're excited about that as a architectural reference to speak to. And then we're also really like the CRHDC building, which is on the left in the middle there with the red awnings. And you can see there in the image too, what essentially we're proposing as the right-of-way, just mirrored across 73rd. So it'd be a bulb out with parking along Lowell, just mirrored to the south of 73rd. And we think this is a really nicely done right-of-way improvement and something we want to carry along as we consider this site. And then the picture to the upper left are the townhomes further north along Lowell Boulevard. So the scale of these are, you'll see kind of we're keeping in mind as we do our planning for the project. And the lower left there are some of the other false front Western buildings and the sculpture park that are further down 73rd. And that kind of connection to arts is something we're excited about. So next slide. So we've actually done numerous senior housing facilities and senior multifamily residential projects. And we've done a lot of research and actually done speaking on the evolving needs of seniors. And so one of the things we're really excited about here is that this is a great scale for a senior residential building. It's not overly large, and we're thinking of a two-story building that allows for and promotes active lifestyles, which is something we see coming up more and more frequently in the consideration of seniors and senior health. And so, so just to say, we think this is a really cool site for senior residential development. And if we jump to the next slide, I'll give you just, this is just, it's not exactly what we're doing, but it's just to show what we have in mind. And really, we're thinking of a two-story structure that has on the corner of Lowell and 73rd some complementary element that responds to the larger corner of the CRHDC building. And we're considering along Lowell Boulevard 2 stories with a porch expression coming directly out to Lowell Boulevard. So this would give it a sort of a townhome feel. And then as it goes to 73rd, we actually are looking at pushing the massing off of the right of way and giving a little bit more of like a open area. So it kind of gives a little bit of relief as you're moving back along 73rd Avenue. So next slide. And then just to mention that we're putting the community functions for the building on the corner of 73rd and Lowell, so that the kind of, you know, more congregational gathering life of the building here is right there at the corner and contributing to the life of the area. So that just summarizes some of the potential of where we'll go here. We know we're looking at rezoning and PUD for this particular presentation, but just wanted to, we're excited to evolve this set of ideas and think that this would do really a wonderful job of helping to revitalize this this part of a beautiful neighborhood. So with that, I think I hand it back to Jenny or to close out here.
Thank you, Gabe. I think that concludes the presentation for us as applicants. And so I will let Nathan direct the next steps. I believe we do have some comments that need to be factored in. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Jenny. I guess we'll move forward now to any questions from council on the presentation.
Nathan, one of the things, because we have a split decision on these 2 items from the Planning Commission, the rezoning didn't seem to be as much of an issue as the PDP did. And there were a number of specific items that were pointed out by the members of the Planning Commission in regards to the PDP, in their opinion, being inadequate. Can you address those?
Mr. Mayor, it's Dave Downing. Actually, Planning Manager Rita McConnell is prepared to address that specific question.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The Planning Commission voted 2 separate motions on this proposal. The first one pertained to the rezoning, and the second motion pertained to the preliminary development plan. The criteria for a rezoning to a PUD with the PDP is exactly the same criteria. The comments made by the Planning Commission were based on, let's see, criteria 2, 3, and 7 were cited as reasons for recommendation of denial on the rezoning by 3 of the planning commissioners. And those criteria are outlined in your staff report, but they primarily deal with sound and creative and innovative design principles, exceptions to the setbacks, as well as concerns about the alley as it relates to the streets criteria. On the PDP, the same planning commissioners that voted against the PDP citing those criteria cited the similar criteria for recommending denial on the PDP, and then another planning commissioner also recommended denial on the PDP, that he did not recommend denial on the rezoning. The difference in that from the recommendation of approval on the rezoning and the recommendation of denial on the PDP by that commissioner was really related to the fact that that commissioner felt that the PUD zoning made sense because it was a more flexible zoning option for the site. That is what he indicated in his recommendation of denial.
With the recommendation that you had from the City Planning Commission, the staff has taken a different position of recommending both. How do we take the recommendation from the planning commission and then find a separate recommendation from the staff that is opposite of that. How do you ask the council to reconcile that?
Staff's recommendation remains the same as it was with planning commissioners, as well as what we're recommending with city council. The zoning PUD criteria that was referenced by the planning commissioner in this recommendation of denial on the PDP can be done from a legal technical standpoint and not be contrary to what he did with the actual rezoning, if that made sense. It's possible to have a different recommendation from a rezoning as a PDP because they're separate motions. Staff doesn't agree with that. Planning Commission, one member disagreed with staff's recommendation. So it's something that we can't change how they voted. It's their preference. City staff still stands by the recommendation, and I would like, hold on, Dave.
Sure.
I would like to state more as to why we feel that the rezoning should be with staff's recommendation. Right now, the zoning is C1. It's not in conformance with the comp plan. The TMUN zoning is in conformance with the comp plan, and the only way to get there is to rezone it to PUD. So staff's recommendation is align that zoning with what the comp plan requires. And then in order to do that, you need to have a PDP that now aligns with that comp plan recommendation. And we believe the PDP that is before you tonight meets that objective.
Mr. Downey, you had a comment?
No, sir, actually, Ms. McConnell handled what I was going to say right at the end there.
All right, thank you. Council, I know that this has been of high level of interest to many of us on the council, especially after reading the comments from the Planning Commission. So I'll try to take these as I see your names come up. If council has any questions of the staff at this time. Mayor Pro Tem Sykes.
Thank you. And I think Ms. McConnell answered the question you asked, Mr. Mayor, was somewhat similar to mine. However, what I found perplexing to some degree is that the standard or the criteria that we're supposed to evaluate both the rezoning from C1 to PUD and the PDP standards, they are the same 10 criteria. And so recognizing that the three commissioners rather that voted against the PUD zoning cited 2, 3, and 7 as their reasonings in the set of criteria. The counselor that switched their votes, reading through the minutes, it appears that he is referencing 2. So I guess I'm confused as to how it did you in the deliberations, was there more discussion of how he felt it met sound, creative, innovative, and efficient planning principles for the PUD, but not for the PDP? Can you please flesh that out for me? Because I'm a little bit confused by the two different analysis on the same site.
So if you look at the criteria, I think we handed you a separate sheet to make it simple to refer to that criteria. Criteria 2 specifically references the PDP, exhibits the application of sound, creative, innovative, and efficient planning principles, not the PUD, because the PUD doesn't establish those things. The PUD allows the zoning to happen. It allows the land uses of the TMUN to happen. The PDP is the document that gets into all the details of what will develop there at a higher level. As we know, the ODP provides all the final details. So when you look at this criteria and you go through each of them, there's a lot of references specifically to the PDP, not the PUD part. The PUD part typically deals with criteria 1, And then the last criteria 10. But the remaining criteria talks about the PDP itself. And I think that can potentially cause confusion when you combine these applications. When you go to a straight zoning district, a non-PUD zoning district, there's only 2 criteria that deals with rezoning. And that's number 1 that we have here in this particular case. We also have it in a rezoning that's a straight zone district. And then it has one more other general criteria that deals with general capacity of streets, drawings, and utilities. So had this been a rezoning from a commercial to a residential straight zone, you would have only seen those 2 criteria. But because the rezoning is a PUD, it combines with a PDP, and hence all the other detailed criteria you see here. And I think sometimes there is confusion on that reference to criteria, that it's very specific to PDP, but maybe not as specific to the rezoning side, because you don't have the details on that rezoning side. You have all the details in the PDP, and the criteria looks more to those details because we have concurrent reviews. Did that make sense?
It was makes sense, but it didn't answer my question, because my question was the 3 commissioners that that voted against the rezoning cited the criteria in 11-5-14, which is the same criteria that we go over for the PDP, as number 2, which you're just saying is not relevant for the PUD, number 3 and number 7. And then the question I was asking was actually about the second vote that was on the PDP. There was the commissioner who switched votes, and I was asking the comments from the meeting minutes. It appeared that he was referencing criteria number 2, and I was asking kind of how, I guess what you're saying is because he was maybe evaluating it correctly, that wasn't really relevant to his determination on the PUD portion. But when it came down to a more granular analysis of this specific site plan, it was relevant for him.
Yeah, and this is my interpretation of what I heard, and also based on what I've read and listened to in the Planning Commission minutes. So the 3 planning commissioners on the rezoning were very specific about the criteria that they were voting against. And when it came to the PDP, the general reference was the same criteria concerns as on the rezoning. The only additional one was the one member that had not voted against it at the rezoning added on, I agree with the others on their comments. And I'm also supporting the PUD zoning because it's more flexible. There wasn't any more details to it.
Okay, I just wanted to, I mean, we appoint these people to the Planning Commission. I want to make sure I understand their thought process behind their recommendations. So specifically, with the concerns about 2, 3, and 7, to the mayor's point, staff still acknowledges those concerns, but feels the recommendation is to approve this. Can you talk about particularly number 7, why we feel comfortable with the alley access, how the streets, drives, access points, and turning movements are designed in a manner that promotes safe, convenient, and free traffic flow on streets without interruptions, in a manner that creates minimum hazards for vehicles and pedestrian traffic, including kind of the concerns of those commissioners?
Yes, I think probably Heath Klein would be the best to address that. We did have a pretty significant conversation at the Planning Commission meeting, to revisit those questions, and Heath did provide information there. We tried to provide that in the minutes to City Council, and I think it would be very advantageous for Heath to make that presentation to you, because it is contrary to what Planning Commission supported, but we do feel that it meets the standards. So I'd like to turn it over to Heath at this point.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. Heath Klein, City Transportation Engineer. And yeah, there was some concern about the alley and having all of the units served by the alley. And a lot of that comes from the existing condition where the alleyway is only about 15 feet wide, and there's a utility pole that's there that prevents it from being much wider. This development will be required to place those that pole and the overhead utility underground, and we will be widening the alley along the property frontage to be at least 20-foot wide so that you could have a safe southbound and then a safe northbound vehicle using the alley at the same time. And that's detail that will be showing up on the ODP. So we don't have anything really to show council tonight with the PDP, but that is the conversations that city staff has been having with the applicant, and we will be requiring that. So the traffic engineering supports this because 73rd is light relative to the volume on Lowell. And so having the residents enter and exit onto 73rd from the alley, it provides them access to that signal at 73rd and Lowell. And then really, it seems like it's a safe and well-used and well-placed location for basically the driveway to this site.
I appreciate that answer. Thank you. My next question is going to be in regards to that criteria 3 that the planning commissioners flagged. For those listening, criteria 3 states that any exceptions from standard code requirements or limitations are warranted by virtue of design or special amenities incorporated in the development proposal and are clearly identified on the PDP. I believe Mr. Lawrence kind of went over the 3 different exceptions, but if we could hear in a little more depth, because this was an area of concern from the commissioners as to why we feel these exceptions are warranted.
Okay, I think I would call on Nathan to initiate that, and then I could follow up with any additional commentary.
Thank you.
Sure. So, I went into much more detail in the actual memo, but the sort of it's kind of grouped into the first set of exceptions really deal with the setback from curb line, which again is not a setback from property line. It's a unique aspect of our TMUND design guidelines, which is a bit tricky because at this stage in development, we don't exactly know where the curbs are going to go because we haven't put a brand new streetscape in. So we have we've erred on the side of some flexibility in the reduction of that setback from curb line on 73rd Avenue, which would typically under TMUN be 20 feet, but it's quite a narrow streetscape on that side. If you're familiar with it, it's pretty much a 10-foot streetscape. So that's really what's driving that. We're going to have the full 20-foot on Lowell, frankly, just because there's a larger planting area and a larger sidewalk there, and there'll be a small sort of setback for the actual building. But we really wanted, or at least the applicant team really wanted to pull that corner element of the building as Gabe was presenting on up to the corner to mirror what the CRHDC building has done, I think, quite effectively across the street. So that really sort of deals with that blanket 20-foot setback, which again, under TMUND, it's really set up for flexibility. But any sort of, variation from that, we have to, pass through you all at a city council along with the PDP.
Okay.
The other,
So keep going. Yeah, sorry.
sorry. The next 2 deal with the landscape planter areas, the sort of street tree zone, if you will, along both streets. And those are really, again, being done just to match what is already there. There's a 5-foot tree planting zone on 73rd. The applicant wants to just match that, and there's 7 feet on Lowell, so they want to sort of match that as well. The TMUN standards again just give an 8-foot flat guidance, and it's honestly a little bit murky whether or not we need to put it as an exception, frankly, because of the wording that is pretty vague. But we always err on the side of safety and bringing it before you all to weigh in on. And then the final exception deals with the covered or garage parking. And as Gabe had hinted to, you know, given that this parking lot is only going to have somewhere around 20 spaces, covering 7 of those doesn't make a lot of sense, I think, given the sort of site layout, and the fact that, and Gabe, if you want some more detail on that, the architecture team can speak to it, but they really wanted to leave an openness there to get that to come in and hit the south side of the building. Detract from the quality of that, and staff was because we really a lot of evidence of it really having
It does. The scene. Can you why covered parking ratio included in TMUND anyways? Is it for safety? Is it for aesthetics? I guess to me, while we want to be harmonious with this area, I wonder what the public policy was of that criteria and if warranted being waived. Or continuity perspective.
Yeah, that's actually a really great question. I'll give my 2 cents. I wasn't around when our TMUND standards were written, but generally they were written to apply to sort of larger scale projects. It was really modeled after the Bradburn Village, and so with that, they were really, I think the main intent was to really screen parking so that you didn't see as much of it and break up sort of large of surface parking, which it does do effectively. I think safety perspective, I'd just be, you know, kind of make them all covered, because 1/3 of them, I guess, would leave, 2/3 are sort of not covered or enclosed. But from a screening project has a large advantage any of the parking from the actual street, completely surrounded by the building. So that's my interpretation of it, and again, why I think staff feels comfortable with allowing that, knowing that you know, it will be an enclosed area that won't be visible, and it can be monitored quite effectively from a you know, a safety standpoint.
Okay, and then I was wondering the last question, because I know I've monopolized you a bit here with my questions, but is that second criteria, the primary development plan exhibits the application of sound, creative, innovative, and efficient planning principles. Can you explain why staff still felt it met this criteria, even though multiple commissioners rather said it did not?
Sure. I mean, this is a pretty large criteria. You know, sound, creative, innovative, and efficient planning principles. Really, from the get-go, when the applicant team brought in this project, you know, and staff is reviewing it, this really looks like a pretty quintessential urban infill project. The way that it engages the corner is very effective. You know, there aren't any breaks in that urban street wall. it matches the scale and setbacks of the buildings around it, and really fill in a sort of missing tooth on Lowell that I think will be, you know, a real benefit to the overall fabric of the area. And then any sort of exceptions or deviations from that are really ones that, you know, I've done quite a few TMUN projects. We always have a few of TMUNs sort of written into blanket ways, and it was done really for one project up in Bradburn, and now we're applying it to urban infill projects in Harris Park. And so, you know, but again, you know, just from a urban design 101, this is a pretty simple project in that, you know, it's really just trying to fit in and match scale. It's not going to be a 5-story building. It'll match the sort of height, scale, and really create. And there's really been a lot of focus on the outward engagement of the street realm. It's not an inward-facing project at all. And there's been a real push from the applicant team to ensure that it's really an engaged piece of the neighborhood. So from our perspective, it really ticks all of those boxes, and the sort of minor exceptions are really just to make it fit in better.
Thank you. Thank you.
And
Those are all my questions.
if I can just add a general statement about the TMUN design guidelines, there is a difference in the wording. TMUN has design guidelines, and our other residential zonings that follow under the umbrella of PUD zonings has standards. So there's the intent was to be more flexible in TMUN to create that neighborhood context. And in this particular case, that neighborhood context has different standards, and we're trying to match those standards, you know, to have that similar character.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I have no more questions at this time, Mr. Mayor.
But Council, I'm going to ask your indulgence. We have several members of the public that have been here since we started that wanted to offer testimony. My recommendation is to take their testimony due to the hour, and then we'll come back to council and finish our questions. Ms. Fitch, can you bring on the 3 people who have signed up to give live testimony?
Yes, Matt, can you, Gary Shea will be first to speak.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for the opportunity to speak this evening. I truly wish that all of the other concerned citizens would have had an opportunity to participate this evening, but this has been a very difficult process to navigate. And sadly, quite a few of those are just struggling on day to day to survive. I'd like to start out with the first page of the memorandum. The 3rd strategic goal states beautiful, desirable, safe, and environmentally responsible city. This property that you are asked to approve the zoning and PDP is not a desirable location for residents to live. It is and has always been commercial property. It is not a safe or healthy place for anyone to live, let alone low-income seniors, and I am hoping to appeal to your sense of reason this evening. I followed this project ever since the city first bought the property. They removed the businesses, left the property vacant and blighted. Through years of research, we have discovered the shocking level of hazardous materials that currently contaminate the ground. Earlier this year, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, Oil and Gas Division, in regards to the voluntary cleanup plan, issued the following findings, and I quote, "If fully and properly implemented, the plan will attain a degree of cleanup and control of hazardous substances and petroleum products such that the property does not present an unacceptable risk to human health or the environment based on the property's proposed future use with residential." My concern is what is it moves then to an acceptable risk, and what is an acceptable risk for these seniors? At the March meeting this year, I attended it in person, and there was an overwhelming opposition to this senior housing that wasn't adequately recorded for you to reference tonight. When the first virtual public hearing was proposed back in April of this year, we objected to that meeting as it restricted public input. To my knowledge, no other public meetings have been held, and your decision tonight will be based on limited, very limited public input. On the first page of the memorandum agenda, the second strategic goal states a vibrant, inclusive, and engaged community. It's hard to feel engaged. We've sent several requests to pause this virtual hearing because of how restricted the public comment engagement is. My first question is, who makes the decisions on what public comments are added or are omitted from the public record for you to review?
Did we lose him?
No, I'm here, sir.
Please go ahead with your testimony.
Well, I just asked a question and I was hoping to get an answer.
You'll have to go ahead with your testimony, Mr. Shea.
Okay, this is in specifically to Mr. John Palmer's experience in his email that I think that you received a copy on. Mr. Palmer left a voicemail during the Planning Commission meeting during the time frame. I think you probably saw the email that we've forwarded to you. It was acknowledged after the fact, but was it captured and archived? And is that email or that voicemail available for review? Would it be possible that somebody could answer my question?
Mr. Downing or Ms. McConnell, do any of you have a way to try to respond to that?
I'm contemplating this. I know that there was an email regarding incorporating John Palmer's voice message, but I couldn't answer that directly. I would probably need to see if Abby is Abby available?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we do have a voicemail tonight that will be played along with the rest of the voicemails from John Palmer that was originally sent to the community development in regards to the Planning Commission meeting. I assume it's the one that Mr. Shea is referring to, so it will be played this evening.
All right, thank you. Mr. Shea, I'm going to give you the advice I just received from our city attorney. You may make your comments, but this is not a back and forth answer. So please finish your comment, your testimony.
I appreciate that that comment, Mr. Mayor, but I would object to that. This is a public hearing, and I have the guidelines that are on the bottom of the agenda item there, general public hearing procedures. And it doesn't say that there's any restriction that I should be able to ask questions and receive answers during a normal public hearing.
Would you like to continue your testimony? I'm going to leave this to the city attorney when you're done.
Okay. I've sent about 6 emails today to this specific email address that was given before the time deadline, but only 2 of those showed up in the public comments this evening. I was wondering why that was done, or who made that decision.
Go ahead. I said after all your testimony, we'll try to answer your questions.
Okay, as long as we have that on the public record. One of those emails was a concern about the noise attenuation. I finally did receive an email answer to that, and hopefully you received that also. Attachment 5 of the agenda addendum this evening talks about public comment from the 10/27/2020 Planning Commission meeting. I compared it to the public comments from that meeting, and there's close to 30 pages that are missing, that have been omitted. One of those was an email that I had sent regarding the CDC's report on benzene health hazards. The current condition is referenced in my email on the CGRS Solutions Delivery Report that talks about the soil contamination. The memorandum also states that the contamination monitoring is ongoing and may continue in the public right-of-way after the site is developed. I'd like to know if you were shown the document that details the size, shape, and movement of the plume.
Go ahead, Mr. Shea.
Is it possible to get an answer to that question?
When your testimony is done, as I indicated under the advice of the city attorney, we'll answer your questions when your testimony is done.
Okay, thank you, sir. I was able to find a copy of the map that shows the location of all of the monitoring wells that are on the property now. In the Planning Commission meeting, when I first asked that question about how many wells were on the property, the first answer was 10, and it was updated to 20. You can see from that map there that there are a significant amount of wells. If you put the footprint of the residential building over the top of that, there's a significant amount of those wells that will be confined inside the walls of that senior housing. Let's see, there's also a paragraph that states that the vacant and blighted commercial building currently sits on the site. It's interesting to know that this property is owned and maintained by the city. I'd also like to know if you were provided any pictures of the current condition of the property. The second criteria, and let me quote here, the PDP exhibits the application of sound, creative, innovative, and efficient planning principles. This does not meet that criteria of sound planning in the health risk hazards to these seniors, and the Planning Commission agrees. I'd like to quote from page 3 of the agenda packet under Planning Commission recommendations. The commissioners who voted against the motion to approve the rezoning stated that they did not believe that the applicant's proposal met PUD, PDP approval criterias number 2, criteria number 3, criteria number 5, and criteria number 7, or some combination of those criterias. The commissioners cited a lack of sound planning principles with specific concerns related to the proposed building setbacks, the parking access from the rear alley, the physical condition of the alley itself, and the site pollution. On page 5, the TMUN design guidelines do not specify, and I'm quoting, do not specify minimum building setbacks from rear property lines or from adjacent properties, but the intent is to minimize these setbacks and to encourage a compact urban form. This original part of the city has no compact urban form, and this does not match the context of the neighborhood. According to the PDPA sheet number 3, the only access to the property is through the public alley. Is the alley currently, or will it be in the future, maintained for snow removal? And more importantly too, this enclosed parking area, where will the snow removal take place for that? I'm also concerned about the direction of travel to prevent the accidents. The terms revitalize, enliven, reinvigorate are used to sell this project. How does more low-income senior housing revitalize, enliven, or reinvigorate this historic part of the city? I think at the council meeting where you discussed the sale of the property, there was mention of concern about the Section 108 loan. I believe earlier in your CDBG presentation that that money has been completely repaid, and if you can confirm for me that all of the money, that there is no Section 108 loan encumbered on the property now, and it doesn't have to follow any of those Section 108 restrictions. The applicant and the property owner are the city of Westminster. The very same staff who help you on a day-to-day basis are the ones that are representing the owner and the developer and recommending to you the approval of this zoning change and the PDP plan. You're in a very awkward situation. A reasonable person would say that this is an unhealthy place to live now, and it can never be made safe. On the second page under alternatives 2, it states the city council could choose to deny both the rezoning and the PDP. This alternative is what I'm requesting you to do this evening because there are better options we would like to explore. And I'll wait for the answers. Mr. Mayor, I would also like to request too that I be able to ask follow-up questions and or make a closing statement if necessary.
Sorry,
Mr.
Mr.
Mayor.
You need to finish your testimony now. You only get one bite at the apple.
Well, I guess if that's the if that's your decision, I guess I have no recourse. Thank you.
Ms. Fitch, who is the next person up, please?
Carmen Otliano.
Mr. Mayor,
Good evening. Hello,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
I'm sorry to interrupt, ma'am, but Mr. Mayor, is Mr. Frankel going to address the question portion after everybody goes, or I thought my understanding was after Mr. Shea spoke?
Mr. Frankel's guidance was to take testimony from all and then answer the questions.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, if I could just confirm that, I'd recommend that in order to get through the testimony of members of the public, I'd suggest that you hear each of the members of the public that wishes to testify tonight. And then once they have concluded their testimony, the questions that they have asked can be put to staff and you'll get answers from staff.
I only ask because procedurally, I feel like in the past, we've had people ask questions and they've been answered as we go through testimony. I may be misremembering, but I feel like that's been a practice in the past, and I like consistency.
Right now, I'm going to follow the recommendation of the city attorney, Mr. DeMont.
That's fine. I just want to know that we're being consistent with past hearings.
Ms. Fitch, would you go with the second person, please?
Yes, please proceed, Ms. Otliano.
Oh, thank you so much. My name is Carmen Atilano, and I'm the manager of neighborhood relations at the nonprofit Urban Land Conservancy, or also known as ULC. So ULC's mission is to acquire, develop metro area real estate for community benefit. Among those benefits are affordable housing, ready access to transportation, nonprofit services, childcare, job training, good schools, healthcare, and ULC strongly supports approval of the rezoning and development plan for the Harris Park Block 43 of senior affordable housing. In 2009, ULC acquired 2 properties near the proposed development plan, a short distance from the Westminster Transit Station for mixed-use development. The Harris Park Senior Housing and the ULC Transit Station development both will provide an opportunity to address not only housing needs, but transportation needs as well. Housing near RTD transit lines enable many people to commute without increasing road traffic and pollution. So as the metro area housing prices soar, seniors, we believe, are at particular risk of being displaced from their communities. So ULC encourages you to support the efforts to make a place for the senior population at Harris Park. Their presence and contributions will make our communities more cohesive and stronger. So thank you for the opportunity to let you know of our suggestion for you. Thank you.
Ms. Fitch, do you have another one?
Yes, and the final person is Ms. Sandra Navarez.
Yes, good evening. My name is Sandra Nevarez, and I want to say good evening to everyone, to Mayor, the City Council, and to everyone that's participating here. First and foremost, we are looking at very dire times for senior housing, for housing in general, but seniors have been found to be displaced at just a tremendous amount of people getting displaced from their homes. As we in Colorado have found that the state has become very popular, and we have gained awards or recognition for being one of the country's most peaceful place to live, or just different designations as far as a friendly place to live or active place to live. We are also known as the country's third, or we're in the third spot for a nation designated, or excuse me, a state that is designated as age friendly. Unfortunately, with people of less income or lower income, or as we have been noting them here, I'm sorry, excuse me, as we have been noting them here, public housing for seniors, there is not a lot of availability. There's not a lot of programs working to house seniors. And unfortunately, we have a lot of people for the first time in their lives experiencing homelessness. So it's important to understand that we do need this type of housing, and whether this this area has been contaminated in the past, I find that the city and CRHDC, who is the developer, can come together and find that we can work on making this an environmentally safe project, and that it serves seniors and a great need for the city. We are hoping that in opposition, the opposition finds that we can work together to bring this senior housing project and the proposed project to completion, and to be able to help all these people that are in great need right now. And as we live in our comfortable lives in our own homes, possibly as homeowners, or possibly, as investors in real estate, there's a lot of people that are currently experiencing homelessness. And so just would like to make sure that we are considering that this is a good project, and hopefully a start to many projects in Westminster, because there is many sites like this on 73rd and Lowell in this area. I have a small office here in the CRHD building, and I am a real estate broker, but I focus and concentrate on affordable housing, and a lot of the seniors are being greatly affected. And so I just want to make sure that we come to terms and hopefully agree that this is a necessity for the community, and that it is not going to be some type of rundown public housing. That I know that the people that get approved for these units will be proud to live in Westminster, will be proud to live near the Arts District, and will be contributing community members of the community. So please take this into consideration, and I'm available if anybody would like to reach out to me to understand more of how this can hopefully be a great project for the city of Westminster. And that's all, and I thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Ms. Fitch, do you have anyone else who has testimony ready?
No, we have voicemails, but they can be played when it seems appropriate.
Go ahead, so we can try to catch all the comments, please.
Yes, my name is Ron Mell, and I live at 10075 West 101st Drive in Westminster. And I'm calling to leave a message regarding my support of the proposed affordable housing senior development, which is contemplated as a 17-unit apartment building at the southwest corner of West 73rd Avenue and Lowell Boulevard. And it is my understanding this will be played at the November 23rd City Council meeting. First of all, I'd like to talk about the sponsor, who I've never met. I don't know them, but I've done some research on them. There's some interesting things about this group. CRHDC doesn't just provide their communities and their clients with high quality affordable housing. They also focus on services. And I know, because I own affordable housing, many times this is really a stepping stone for our community and the residents that live there. And with some of the educational services that CRHDC provides, such as first-time home buyer, this organization clearly cares about improving people's lives and helping them move forward. Furthermore, in looking into them, this organization's been providing affordable housing for almost 50 years, which is a real testament to them. They are local developers here in Westminster. They're building this development directly across the street from their offices. I know this is going to be a benefit to the construction and the ongoing management of this development because you're going to have the owners and the sponsors' eyes on this, during that period. And while I'm on the topic of location, this proposed development is a fantastic site for senior workforce housing, which is really what is being proposed here. The proximity to everyday goods and services in Westminster is, very good. You have a post office, you've got the Irving Street Library, Westminster Swim and Fitness, Walgreens, Kaiser Permanente Medical Center, tons of places to worship, and freeway access to both 36 and 287 is just minutes away from this site. The other thing I want to hit on is the diversity of area median incomes that's being proposed. This is unique, and I think it's something that City Council needs to take very seriously. 25% of the units are going to be at 50% area median income. This is a huge need. I know that those are going to be committed and before construction is completed. And really, we're talking about people who are making between $35,000 and $40,000 a year. And for many seniors that are no longer working, that's a real reality. 51% of these are hitting 80% area median income. And I think this is really something that I want to focus on. As an affordable housing developer who has a project currently under construction in Westminster, I'm very familiar with the inventory of housing options. These 80% units hit a need that most affordable housing doesn't. Most affordable housing is set for people making 60% of the area median income. I own this type of housing, and I can confirm that it's really sad and unfortunate that we have to turn away people who are slightly over income qualified. This 80% option really hits a missing middle of people who can't over income qualified for most affordable housing, but can't afford market rate housing. With 50% of their units or 51% of their units hitting that, I really think that's unique and something that the city should consider when they're contemplating approving this proposal. The remaining homes, I understand, will be at market rate levels, which is probably how this development is possible with such scarce resources without using scarce resources like low-income housing tax credits, which can be very competitive. Obviously, this type of development is going to need some assistance from the city, such as a land donation and probably some other soft funding. But so many times those other funding sources are so competitive, this seems like a very efficient execution that will really hit a need here in the city of Westminster. I believe this proposal that is before you tonight is a true private-public partnership that solves a community need. I think this structure should be commended. I would like to see more of these types of things in our city. And I sincerely hope that the City Council will vote to approve and support this important opportunity. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Karen Fox Elwell, President and CEO of Growing Home, a nonprofit organization operating at 3489 West 72nd Avenue in Westminster. And I'm calling with public testimony in support of the Harris Park Block 43 senior housing. Honorable City Council, as many of you know, Growing Home is a Westminster-based nonprofit organization dedicated to creating a more thriving and equitable North Metro Denver, one family at a time. Due to our work in providing basic needs services of food access and housing stability, we are well aware of the dire need for more affordable housing in Westminster. The need to preserve and create more affordable housing is often highlighted as one of the greatest needs by our community. Seniors in Westminster are especially vulnerable and have become even more vulnerable during the COVID-19 pandemic due to the social isolation they are experiencing. For all these reasons, Growing Home is in full support of this project and the value it will bring to the community. Thank you for your consideration.
This comment applies to the public hearing and first reading of Councilor's Bill number 35, approval of rezoning and preliminary development plan for 3630 West 73rd Avenue senior housing. This is Ellen Buckley. I'm calling to ask you to support the rezoning and the PDP. With the aging of folks in Westminster, aging people are the fastest growing population of Westminster. It's critical that we're going to need more senior housing. We particularly need more affordable housing. So I was very pleased at the public meeting about this, that at least half will be for folks earning less than 80% of AMI. We need more of this in this city to allow people to continue to live here. So I have a couple of concerns with this particular project, one of which is the lack of an elevator. I think to have no elevator in a senior housing building is very short-sighted. All buildings really should have elevators because we are all one accident or illness or just aging away from having a mobility impairment that would prohibit us from using stairs. So I think all buildings should require elevators, particularly seniors. Now, also, I don't think there's enough parking. This is also a population that has cars, and I don't think these will all be, studios or one bedrooms, and even a one bedroom could have two people in it. So to have a 1-to-1 ratio is not enough parking. So I would hope that you would do something about the lack of parking and the lack of an elevator. But other than that, please support this bill and support this housing project. It's really critical for our city. Thank you.
My name is Delia Casillas and my address is 7867 Downing Street, Thornton, Colorado 80229. I am a current board member for the Community Resources Housing Development Corporation and have sat on the board for the last 6 years. CRHDC's mission is to provide pathways to housing resources and asset building opportunities through innovative approaches in providing sustainable and affordable housing, life skills, and economic development opportunities to benefit low to moderate income households throughout Colorado. This is done by property development, financing, education, partnership, and technical support. I first came involved with CRHDC when I became a homeowner in 2014 because the property that I purchased was being sold by CRHDC through the Neighborhood Stabilizing Housing Program. My experience with the purchasing process was amazing because I felt CRHDC was looking out for my best interest and provided me with a grant to make my mortgage payment affordable and prevent foreclosure. Having a home has provided me and my family housing security as well as financial security due to the equity that I have in my home. I strongly believe in the CRHDC mission, and I believe that their work is strongly needed in our communities, especially developing affordable housing in our communities. I am employed with Growing Home, and my title is Housing Access and Justice Coordinator in our Housing Stability Program. My main role is to provide rental assistance to families who have children to avoid being evicted and become homeless. Currently, the need is much greater due to COVID-19, but even before COVID, we were seeing the need of so many families and single-headed households, especially the senior population, needing help with rental assistance. The funding we receive is only for families with children under the age of 18 and realize that funding for seniors is limited or scarce. The main reason families or individuals are needing the assistance is because the cost of rent is high and the family's income is limited and cannot keep up with the rent increase that's being posted almost every year. CRHDC's vision for the vacant property known as Harris Park 43 Senior Housing is to build affordable housing in the community, which is greatly needed, and this will allow so many families with housing security, which benefits their physical and mental health. The property is not being used and it's not benefiting the community in its current state. And if you allow the CRHDC with a PDP permit to be able to develop affordable housing, this would definitely help families, our neighborhood, and society as a whole. Thank you.
Yes, hi, good morning. This is Peter Lafari, Executive Director from Maker Housing Partners, the Housing Authority of Adams County. I am calling in today to voice my support for the CRHDC proposed development of 17 units at the southwest corner of West 73rd Avenue and Lowell Boulevard. On behalf of Maker Housing Partners, I'd like to express our extreme support for this much needed senior community here in South Westminster. We, as affordable housing developers, owner-operators, developers, are obviously big fans of any project that provides high-quality, vibrant housing that is affordable, especially to those that are seniors. Today in Adams County, we know that there is a significant shortage of affordable rental homes that serve seniors due to the fact that it is so expensive, and the process of developing affordable homes takes, in the best of times, 3 years, generally from the point of dream to materialization. And so at each time that we go through this cycle, the cost of living continues to increase, and the amount of individuals needing housing increases as well. And so ultimately in this part of town, we do know that there is a strong working class of citizens who, based off of the need for them to be able to provide for themselves and their loved ones, are unable to participate in the public comment process. And so I want to emphasize the importance of understanding the scale and scope of the dynamic, and how these projects provide an opportunity for individuals to have the highest quality of life possible, and contribute to a healthy and vibrant community. South Westminster is a place of extreme beauty, promise, and opportunity, and it should be allowed for individuals to be able to age in place, to be able to engage and connect with the amenity-rich environment of transit, healthcare, civic amenities, in this rapidly gentrifying part of Westminster. And so by allowing this development to commence and proceed, we will provide an opportunity for individuals to age in place, experience the joys of life in Westminster, and we fully support the project. If there are any questions, I would be happy to answer them at a later date, and just want to again express Maker's support for CRHDC. They are a known, reputable, and reliable entity who's going to create a beautiful community for decades to come. Thank you for your time today and your consideration. Peter.
All right, Ms. Fitch, would you pause those for a moment? Council, we are at the end of our time limit of 4 hours. We are only on the second agenda item for the night. We still have approximately 9 more to go. I would like to release the staff on who are standing by for nothing left other than the COVID update, since it's data only. And I would also like to consider the post-meeting agenda item and leave that until next Monday. And we'll do that as a special meeting in ahead of the roundtable we're going to do. There's no rush on that one. It's covered for now. But it looks like we're going to be here for an extended period of time yet tonight. If there are no objections, I'm going to ask the city manager to release the COVID staff. And then the other one was strictly for us to talk among ourselves on the post-meeting item, and we'll leave that till next Monday. Mr. Tripp, if you would have the city clerk set up a special meeting for next Monday to take care of the post-meeting agenda item so that we can have that as a discussion item. And at this time, I would take a motion, but I do not want you to put a time limit on it. I would say make the motion to continue until business of the night is complete. It could be 1 or 2, or could be several hours. And Mayor Pro Tem Sites, you have it up for the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to extend our meeting until the business of tonight is completed.
Okay, Councilor Vols.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the extension of the meeting until we are completed with the business that is required for tonight. Are there any other comments from council? Seeing none, Ms. Fitch, would you poll the council quickly, please?
Yes. Mayor Atchison,
Yes.
Councilor Demott,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights,
Yes.
Councilor Seymour,
Yes.
Councilor Scully,
Yes.
Councilor Smith,
Yes.
and Councilor Bowles.
Yes.
Motion is carried. We will extend to complete business. Again, Mr. Tripp released the COVID group, and the post-meeting item will defer till next Monday. Moving back to comments, Ms. Fitch, can you start to finish up the playing of the recorded comments?
My name is Brian Sample, and I live in Westminster at 4735 West 102nd Place. Dear council members, thank you for your dedication to the city of Westminster, especially in these challenging times. I've been impressed with the city council's response to the ongoing pandemic. I'm leaving this message in support of Harris Park Block 43 senior housing. I work for a nonprofit lender that focuses solely on lending to developers of affordable housing. I also currently serve on the board of Housing Colorado, who is dedicated to the promotion and preservation of affordable housing in Colorado. And I serve on the City of Westminster's Housing Task Force. The Housing Task Force was formed to understand the need of affordable housing in Westminster and make specific recommendations to the City Council. As part of the work with the task force, I was personally exposed to the drastic need of affordable housing in Westminster. The City of Westminster's Housing Needs Study stated that 3,500 Westminster residents need rental assistance to afford their rent payments, and more than 4,000 renters are on wait lists for subsidized housing. These renters are hoping to access the meager 800 rent-restricted rentals in the city that currently exist but are occupied by low-income renters. The study also stated that because of the continued aging of Jefferson County and Westminster residents, the number of seniors with disabilities will grow significantly. The city is likely to have an additional 4,000 seniors with disabilities in the next 10 to 15 years. In addition to the housing needs study, a recent market study for a new senior affordable development determined that 3,500 seniors in Westminster were eligible to apply for just 70 senior dedicated units. These numbers have only gotten worse and are currently on an accelerated rate due to the current pandemic and rapidly increasing home values in Westminster as the suburbs continue to see their popularity grow. The following core value statement in the City of Westminster Affordable and Workforce Housing Strategic Plan clearly states Westminster's dedication to housing in our community. Every Westminster resident should have a safe, stable, and affordable place to live. Westminster residents are not a commodity, they are a community. This statement is especially poignant for our seniors. The strategic plan details that investment in housing will improve Westminster's sustainability, economic viability, desirability, and attract additional investment. The number 2 recommendation in the plan is to remove regulatory or process barriers to incentivize desired housing developments. A common theme of the Housing Task Force was the intent to attract development rather than push it away. The report states that financial subsidies and thoughtful private-public investments are often needed to meet affordable housing demands. It is also important to review basic governmental regulations to ensure they are not discouraging needed forms of housing. Specifically, it is important to review zoning regulations to identify any existing barriers to private production of affordable housing. This does not mean compromising on regulations or codes to protect the health and safety and welfare of the public. It means taking a common sense approach to reviewing existing regulations and adapting where needed. Through my work with the Housing Task Force, my profession, and my work with Housing Colorado, I understand how difficult it is to build quality, sustainable, affordable housing. It requires a deep dedication of the community and the city to make affordable housing possible. In this case, the city is providing a huge step up to the project by providing the land that is needed. Without this type of subsidy, it is nearly impossible to make an affordable housing project feasible. In conclusion, Seniors are struggling with upkeep on their homes and cannot stay in Westminster if they want to downsize. As a Westminster resident, I'm proud of that the city is committed to making sure safe, stable, and affordable housing is available to all of our community members, including seniors. I support the City Council approving the rezoning and preliminary development plan for Harris Park Block 43 senior housing. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. Take care.
Hi, my name is Refugio Venegas, and I'm just calling to tell you guys that I'm in support of the senior affordable housing that you guys are planning on doing for 73rd and Lowell. I think it's very necessary that we need affordable housing, especially with senior population that are our most vulnerable citizens. So I highly recommend that we vote yes to go forward with that proposition. And again, thank you. And my name is Refugio Venegas. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Beverly Bishop. I reside at 4054 West 74th Avenue in Westminster. Good evening. As a 70-year-old resident living about 4 blocks from this area, I can't begin to tell you in 5 minutes or less how excited I am about the possibility of this project someday becoming a reality. I've lived here in this area for over 30 years, and I have watched this particular block deteriorate over these years. This blighted block with its old dilapidated buildings and later the empty weed-filled vacant lots has looked like an area out of a third world country, certainly not like anything for which we in historic Westminster can be proud. I can't wait to see something positive, nice looking, and useful to the community to be constructed. We all know there's a big need for housing where ordinary people can afford to pay the rent and buy groceries. As our older members of the community age, many of us think about downsizing from our houses and may desire a place with less maintenance and less yard work. Even though the price we might get for our small, older houses sounds huge to us, the truth is, what else could we buy with that amount? And how many of us would really be able to afford the rent at a place like San Marino? These are some of the more personal, immediate needs I see this senior apartment project fulfilling for us. I can't think of a better place for a seniors housing project. It has a nice hometown feel to the neighborhood with a coffee and donut shop, Italian deli, post office, bus stop, a 7-Eleven, all just around the corner. The library is within walking distance, as well as the MAC and the swim and fitness center. And for the more adventurous, it's not too far, maybe 6 blocks to go down, to get on the light rail to go downtown. The only thing we're missing in our immediate area is a full-fledged grocery store, and oh boy, do I really miss our Safeway. The proposed development could be the spark that this part of town needs to revitalize our area, bringing in new residents, their visitors, and even the workers who are working on the project during construction to shop. I know there is a lot of vocal, or at least some vocal opposition to the project for a variety of reasons. But it seems to me that a lot of these people just don't want anything to change down here. I have reviewed the material provided to the public, and I am confident that all the research and the studies that have been done by the state are sufficient to meet safety standards down here. I don't think too many of us that live down here are scientists even qualified to dispute these studies. I also have confidence in the developer, the Community Resources and Housing Development Corporation, to work out any details related to parking, building setbacks, etc. We so need and want such positive growth and change here. Please, City Council, vote to support the rezoning and to approve the PDP for this project. Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Palmer. I live at 8571 Lowell. In reviewing your plans this evening, the submittal plans, it appears that you are making Lowell a one-lane street with on-street parking. Could someone clarify that, please? It's in the site section, Lowell Boulevard North. Would appreciate an answer on that. Thank you.
Council, that concludes the last of the recorded messages. I still have at least 2 council members who would like to ask questions, but at the same time, it's 11 o'clock and I've had a request for another short bio. If everyone's okay, we'll take the short bio and then we'll come back and pick up with the questions, starting with Councilor Demott. Council, we're on let's just plan to come back at 11:15. It's 11:10 now. All right, council, looks like we have everybody out back and everybody had a chance to get snacks. Well, most everybody. All right, council, we're going to go ahead and turn it back to you to be able to finish your asking your questions. Now, we do have some outside experts who are waiting to testify on this. Once we have your questions, then we'll start to try to have staff respond to as much as we can. Councilor Demont, you're up.
Trying to gather my thoughts and remember my questions. One of my questions is around really kind of like if I try to match this up with the comprehensive plan, I'm trying to think about how we plan these kind of developments out. So it being affordable senior housing, that's not super dense, but a little more dense. I mean, how did we pick this specific spot just simply because we own the property and we needed to do something with it and the money that we have tied up into it as far as federal funds? And the reason I ask is I would think that with this kind of development, we would want it closer to like a grocery store that's potentially walkable or easy to get to. And I'm trying to think, aside from, you know, Valeni's, like what kind of amenities, how close is this to, say, a grocery store?
Staff.
Yeah, hi, this is Nathan Lawrence, Senior Planner. As far as how TMUND has been applied, if you look at the comprehensive plan, it's really been applied to all of the Harris Park commercial core. So it wasn't really just applied to this property. TMUND has been applied to the entire sort of core area. Does that answer your question, Councilor Demont?
I mean, I guess as far as the zoning, it does, but this specific development being in that spot, I mean, I just feel like it's missing some amenities as far as what kind of project it is and the proximity to services like grocers.
Sure. Well, we don't, as far as the actual use of senior affordable housing, that's not really, senior housing is a land use that's allowed under TMUND amongst others. So, generally, as you know, how uses come and are applied to different land is either free market, or in this case, this is a city-led initiative on the property. If there are any questions related to why this project was chosen by the city for this property, I think that Jenny could probably speak to that.
Sure, thanks, Nathan. I'll just provide a very brief response, and council can certainly follow up with more detail if desired. But certainly in our work with CRHDC, assessed what the neighborhood had to offer that would make the project viable there. While the Safeway is no longer there, the neighborhood market on the other side of Federal is less than a mile away. It's actually 0.7 miles. So that is considered to be approximate store. Obviously, we would be happy to see others in that area. But resources such as the MAC and the Irving Street Library and the Swim and Fit, as Bev Bishop mentioned in her comment, those are also certainly very important amenities for the senior population.
Good examples. Thank you. One of the other questions I have that might probably back to Nathan, and one of the callers had mentioned about Lowell being a one-way street. I don't believe that's true. Can you verify for me that that's not the case? If with this going through, that wouldn't change.
Good evening,
Certainly.
Councilor Demont. Heath Klein, transportation engineer, and I'll take that question from Mr. Palmer. And correct, Lowell Boulevard will be one lane in each direction for the entirety of Lowell from 104th all the way down to our city limit and all the way into Adams County. What this project will do is currently from 73rd down to 72nd, southbound and northbound, there is an additional lane. For northbound, that second lane turns into the right lane, must turn right onto 73rd Boulevard to go, or 73rd Ave to go to Hidden Lake High School. And currently, the second southbound lane turns into a right lane, must turn right onto 72nd Boulevard. So with this project, we are proposing to do on-street parking for a good portion along this property frontage, and it could extend down almost to the electric store, and then we would keep the right lane. But at no point in time was it planned to have two lanes in each direction. And by getting rid of this, we are not decreasing the capacity of that roadway.
But did I understand what you're just saying, right? Though you will take out at portions of it the right-only turn lanes off of 73rd?
No. So, well, in a way. So currently, if you're traveling southbound on Lowell and you pass 73rd and you go in front of the existing community resources and housing building, there's parallel parking right in front of that. And then when you get through the signalized intersection of 72nd, there becomes two lanes. And that turns into a right lane must turn right at 72nd. The improvements here will only take about 130 feet of the 600 feet that is that lane. So we will still allow a right turn lane, but also allow now parking parallel on Lowell for this property.
Okay, that paints a better picture. Thank you. The other things, and it may be for you, is with the alley. I'm trying to envision what that looks like. I've been through that alley hundreds of times, and I'm just trying to figure out with the folks going in and out, what is that going to do to just traffic coming in and out of that alley? I mean, that's not typically a really busy, but I mean, there are businesses that access that alleyway, and do we have any kind of concerns about the traffic between what's already there in this development?
No. Right now, you can travel north and southbound in the existing alleyway, but you'd have to kind of navigate around if you met another vehicle. With this project, we will widen and improve the alley along this property in order to safely pass two vehicles. So if you were to continue south to go to the post office, you'll be able to do that. And then, so when we look at this, it's low volume. It's low volume even with the existing businesses there. So we do not see a big concern. And by widening that, then we are making it essentially into a local roadway cross section. So you can safely pass, because right now it's only 15 feet. So it would feel like you wouldn't want two vehicles to drive past. But as part of this development, they will improve it so that they can use, and the public will be able to safely pass two vehicles along this frontage.
That's good to know too. I've been in that situation in that alley before with two cars in there, so that is a good improvement. I guess the only other thing that I'm curious about is something that one of the citizens brought up as far as public input. And I know that this isn't a great situation in general for public input with COVID being what it is, and it's been up and down since March. Was there another community meeting for this development besides the one that was in person, or how did we try to accommodate that besides the voicemail box, which obviously we got a good return, and thank you everybody who took the time to call in for this. But was there any other outreach? And the reason I'm concerned about it is I know at the first one, from what I had heard, it was pretty well attended. And, we heard from a lot of different people within the affordable housing developing community, or, folks that work inside that space, which again, thank you for calling and giving your input. But we only heard from a handful of people that I know live down in that area. And so I was kind of surprised we didn't get a little bit more feedback.
Yes, Councilor DeMar, this is Nathan Lawrence, Senior Planner. You're correct. We did have our required neighborhood meeting. Gosh, it was so long ago. And that was in public. It was right before we actually shut down for all of this mess. That was the only required meeting. I am aware of some additional outreach that was undertaken by CRHDC. That was not a city-sponsored event, and I'll let Jenny sort of speak to that. But the only city-led outreach, you know, as far as what the planning division economic development were involved in, was the required meeting, and of course we've received a lot of public testimony through written comments that's been included throughout the process. For the first planning commission meeting was included even though it was canceled, and then for the second planning commission meeting, as well as for tonight's meeting, those have all been included in your agenda packets. But I'll let Jenny speak to the CRHDC outreach efforts.
Before she hops on, can I ask you one clarifying question on that? So understanding that you're required to have the one meeting, I mean, and I know again this year is out of the ordinary, and hopefully we don't run into this kind of year again in my lifetime. But with that being said, typically, can you tell me or remind me, would we have had this hearing a lot closer and the planning commission a lot closer to that public meeting than we have now? I mean, and the reason I ask is it's an extraordinary amount of time for people who have attended that to then kind of lose sight of this with such a gap in between that meeting and now.
It's a fair question. I'm not aware of any time frames for how long the hearing has to happen after the neighborhood meeting. So this was done in preparation for a planning commission meeting. I believe it's in April, and then that was delayed. But I'm not aware of any statutory requirements or regulatory requirements, rather, that have any sort of time limit on when that can occur, as long as the application is still active.
Also, if I can add, this is Rita McConnell. The neighborhood meeting was held on March 10th. The anticipated planning commission hearing was April 14th. For a rezoning and a PDP, a year time frame would be a typical time frame to get to public hearing. The COVID shutdown happened March 17th, so the delay in that hearing really wasn't a result of that. It was a result of the applicant rescheduling it. So we don't believe there was an impact that caused that delay.
That's good to know. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Councilor DeMott, would you like me to pick that up from there and speak to the other aspect of the outreach? This is Jenny Grafton.
Yeah, if you quickly would cover it and just kind of let us know what they did, and that'll end my questions for now.
Yeah, absolutely. So one part of why we did postpone the next phase of the planning commission work was, as we explained earlier, we encountered a delay with HUD relative to the environmental reports. We had in fact started one process that we had been directed by the representatives to do, only to be told that was incorrect, and no, they actually wanted us to do a different one. So that added some time into the process. But that being said, in some ways, a project that has the federal funds, the CDBG funds involved, gets a greater level of public outreach. This is a project site that has been posted continuously on our city website with updates and all of the public reports and the environmental reports all along. So that has remained available. But I also want to turn this briefly over to Arturo Alvarado from CRHDC, because as the future developers, not the city as the owner of the property, they reached out and made efforts of their own. So I'll let him describe that. We were not part of that.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Council, again. We've been trying to do our best to keep in communication with local community members that have indicated they'd like to be kept up to speed on what we know in the process and what's going on. Obviously, there's been some delays none of us could anticipate, but we did have a community meeting on June 16th, 2020. Had a lot of positive comments, had a lot of discussion, and we took those comments into consideration. We've continued to try to update via email and keep our phones open for any questions or comments that anyone has. And as you can see, we've done a lot of outreach as well as brought forward by a lot of the positive comments and testimonial tonight. And we are, as a community member, we also take part in a lot of community meetings for different objectives and city objectives, and also just community objectives in general.
Great, I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Councilor Scully.
Thank you. I'll try not to be too redundant. Many of my questions have been answered or asked, and but I had a couple, and I want to thank Ellen Buckley. I think she and I think along the same lines. So I had a question about there being no elevator in this building. I mean, it seems like it would violate ADA guidelines, and so I was just curious as to are you planning to put a elevator in this building? The second question I had, and some of this may come out in the ODP too, so forgive me if I'm jumping the gun. The parking is of concern to me, and I was wondering if we had any data that indicates that the parking is sufficient that is projected. And the third concern that I have is specifically dealing with the contamination of the land. And I think we addressed this at one point when we last spoke, that was something that would be, that we couldn't get this moving we couldn't get to the cleanup part until we got this moving. And so I was wondering if that situation had changed, and if I understand that I believe it was HUD was going to hire someone to come in and actually look at that cleanup and what it would take. So those were my three concerns with this particular development. Otherwise, I think this is a great development, and I'm excited about it. I really want to see affordable senior housing in our community. I think Councilor DeMott actually had a really good question about the services with the grocery store, but because this is senior housing, because there are so many services that are typically associated with senior housing, I kind of suspected that there would be vans that would help transport some of the seniors to grocery stores and to nearby services. Correct me if I'm wrong and help me understand if that is not in the plan. Again, I think that might be part of the ODP. So those were my concerns and my questions, and feel free to answer them at your convenience.
Ms. Grafton, can you take the HUD
Yes.
question?
I certainly can, Mayor. I was going to ask if we might be able to take those out of order somewhat, only because we have our two technical experts that have so patiently waited on the line, and I hope have not fallen asleep. And I think if we could give them an opportunity to maybe speak to the contamination questions first, that might hopefully clear up questions for future council, and then come back to the ones that staff can ask. Would that be all right?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so relative to the contamination, we worked on the city level with Pat Lee to prepare the materials. They were then reviewed by Mr., and I am going to mess up this name now because I'm getting tired, Mr. Apostopoulos. And if Fonda wouldn't mind speaking to what that process looks like, what it really means, and how frequent these sorts of reviews are for you, that may help. Or either of you.
Sorry,
Take it up. That's all right.
I thought you had to unmute me. I apologize. Yeah, so I run the voluntary cleanup program in the state of Colorado. It's kind of, the program is set up for situations just as this, where there is some contamination and people are trying to figure out a way to either clean it up or to prevent exposure pathways and things of that nature. So in this situation, this property is being impacted from an old release from an underground storage tank that's upgraded from the site. based upon the groundwater levels and the concentrations, there's guidelines. EPA has certain guidelines as far as what's allowable to be in the groundwater before you can build on top of these areas. And then there's also preventive measures that are actually set up in place, which are typically run by either the ITRC, which is Interstate Regional Council of Governments, where they promote technologies to promote remediation for either air, groundwater, soil, things like that. And so, long story short is, based upon the concentrations of the benzene in the groundwater, the depth of the groundwater, the type of soil in there, and the fact that they're going to have a vapor mitigation system in place, they fall well beneath the guidelines of EPA regional screen levels for indoor air. And that's what we look at. So there's different ways of doing it, but because it is a housing situation and there's a stigma associated with that, I really kind of recommend it to the people in Westminster. Listen, you know what? You don't need to have a vapor mitigation system in this property. However, because of the optics involved, it's the safest insurance you have to changing regulations. It's a cheap investment. You install in the system, it will off-gas everything to go above and outside the building, so it never will accumulate inside. And because indoor air has only been going on, as far as the regulation of that, has only been going on, except for OSHA, for the past 30 years. And things have evolved, technologies have changed, and this is a common occurrence. Downtown Denver, there's not a spot that you have where there's not a possibility for indoor air problem because of past contamination. This is no different than all the sites I'm going through right now, because as I tell people, the low-lying fruit of sites that are developable in the Denver metro area are becoming smaller and smaller. As a result of that, people are looking at these sites and they're trying to figure out, okay, can I develop on this site and still be protective of human health and the environment? And that's where I come into play, to look at the data, I look at all the technologies involved, what they're going to do, materials management plans, everything all put together, and then we determine based upon the data if it can be built and be safe at the same time. In this situation here, I feel confident that the vapor mitigation system is just kind of like a belt suspenders approach for this, because it is a low-income housing for seniors. Put the investment in, and that way you don't have to worry about things becoming worse in the future. You've already protected from that exposure. I hope I didn't say that too quickly. So.
All right, Ms. Crafton, go ahead if you have others.
Yes, thank you so much. Council, did that adequately address the contamination issues? If not, we can also still call it Pat Lee, but if it did, then I would love to give them a break and let them go home.
So I felt like it adequately addressed my concerns. I don't know how my fellow councilors felt, but.
For the other council members, does anyone else have any particular questions related to the contamination question that we can answer before we let the experts go home?
Hello, it's Pat Lee.
Mr. Lee, go ahead.
I just wanted to jump in here. I think that, of course, Fonda has done an excellent job of putting the whole situation into the right context. It's really going to be a safe situation. And what I wanted to do is refer back to a slide earlier that has the Harris Park senior apartment slide that was shown earlier in this presentation here. It's the one that shows the cement truck in front of an area of plastic. Can we go back to that? Is there a way to do that?
It was in the economic development portion of the slides. It was the third slide in.
Yeah, it's the third one, right after, let's see, second or third slide.
Back to that slide.
Yeah, you need to see this because it'll give anybody the confidence that any kind of vapor that's going to form underneath this building is going to be quickly taken away and efficiently. If we can just take a look at that system, that's just one of the different types of systems that are available. but it would be the cupola system. If you
Right,
look at
I'm not in control of the slides.
Oh, okay. It's okay then.
Cupola
If you had packets, then it would be the third slide in there where the cement truck is. And there's those big plastic, they're called cupolas. And that's the vapor removal system. It provides the air underneath a building. It'll collect the air vapors that are emitting upwards that would ordinarily go into a building and create a vapor intrusion problem are quickly taken away with this system. And it's going to be designed by professional engineers, and it's going to be signed off on that design. And once it's installed, it's going to be tested by another engineering firm that'll prove that the air is indeed, there it is right there. Those are those black rounded I guess they're called plastic structures. They all interrelate, and then what you do here is you pour concrete all over on top of that. That's going to be your concrete floor. And see those pipes coming up? That's the collection system that collects the air. And on top of that, you can attach fans to those systems. So it's not only it could only be a passive system, but it'll also be a system that you can turn on if there's an issue that happens to create an issue of some sort that comes up. You have that opportunity to go step 2 and take away the air issues. Anyway, I just wanted to step in and say that, but I thought that Fauna did an excellent job of summarizing that situation.
So I appreciate that, Ms. Julie, but I have an additional question. What happens if that system breaks down? How do you repair it if it's under concrete?
I can answer that question.
Go ahead.
Can I go ahead and answer that?
Sure.
Yeah, so basically you pour the concrete on top of that. All that plastic is the barrier. There's different technologies out there that they do this. To me, in my opinion, this is probably the Cadillac of barrier systems. And the reason why I say that for a couple reasons. The typical old system was you'd put down like a pea gravel down, and then you have a pipe that would be inside there that would act as a collection system with a fan, and then you'd put a vapor barrier on top of that, which is typically, a plastic of some sort, and then you pour the concrete on top of that. That was prone to problems. They've gotten much better at that, but what's nice about this is that this system acts passively. The way it works is air likes to go from a higher concentration to a lower concentration. So the oxygen level, the temperature of the air in that building is going to be a colder temperature than on top. So what happens is it forms convections underneath that building. And so air wants to go from the cold temperature to the hot temperature, and it kind of goes through there. So the system acts passively, very simply. So this is all interconnected with the pipes. There's the only way, if anything does happen to where it's not working like it's designed, you put all you have to do is put a fan on there, like a radon fan, and then that makes it active. This is a very fluid air flowing system. There's no gravels in the way or soils to impede it. It actually forms an arc from the top of that you see to the bottom of the soil is about 10 inches. And so that way air can flow through that very efficiently, and it likes to go, as you go on top, it's called the stack effect. It makes the air suck through there much more efficiently.
Thank
Does
you.
that help you answer the question?
Absolutely, thank you.
Sure.
Now, Councilor DeMott, you had a question on this design before we go back to others. Let's try to get your question answered.
Thank you. And I mean, you answered a lot of it, but I'm just curious, is there like a typical lifespan for this? Like
this is pretty much gonna survive the life of the building. It's a pretty thick plastic. It's just probably, I'd say, anywhere from an 1/8 of an inch to a little more than an 1/8 of an inch thick. It's very sturdy structure. Those pictures you're seeing don't really see it very well. These are designed to act for the life of the buildings. Like I said, I love this because as a regulator, it's so easy to know if it's working or not. And if it's not working like you designed it, you basically hook a little fan to it and it works really well. These will, as long as the concrete's in place, that system will work.
Great. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Right. Before I go back to the questions to the staff, trying to let these two gentlemen go as soon as we can do the hour. There were a number of questions raised during the public comment. Do we need either of these two gentlemen to answer those questions, or is staff going to be able to do those?
I believe that staff will be able to, if council would just be open to, if there's anything of more technical nature, that we allow them to follow up after the meeting.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go back to the council then, and I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Sites.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to ask some questions that were raised by the various members of the public who called in or gave recorded testimony. The first question that I thought was relevant and I wanted to get an answer to was in regards to snow removal. That was not something I had thought about as how it works with the criteria about transportation safety. How would snow removal be handled? Would that be incumbent on who would be handling that? Would that be the city? As far as the from the alley, not the sidewalks?
Mayor Pro Tem, this is Dave Downing. I think maybe I just cut someone off who.
Go ahead.
Okay, Nathan, okay. It's Dave Downing. The question you're asking is about the alley, it sounds like. I believe the question Mr. Shea asked earlier, I believe it was Mr. Shea, was asking where you put the snow for the parking lot in the project. My assumption here, and I'm speaking for Jenny Grafton and her developer here, but generally the city does not snow plow alleys. And so my assumption here would be that whoever is doing the snow removal for the parking lot itself would also plow a path out to 73rd Avenue. Jenny, I imagine you haven't gone into that detail yet, but I'll ask you if you know.
We have not, but I believe Arturo can probably answer that quickly, as they manage a number of other properties and I assume have a plan that's consistent.
Sure, thanks, Jenny. Yeah, we obviously we manage and operate other properties that have high snow in the mountains and whatnot. So we're used to that. We build it into our performa to actually do the snow removal up to the alleyway on our property line. Our office is right across the street. We have a contract with the snow removal company right now. If there was excess snow, and hopefully it's not very often, that we would need to move snow somewhere, we find ways to do that. But yeah, we happen to have a lot of extra space on our parking areas within our complex there. So we feel like there's adequate space to handle that snow removal.
Thank you. The next question that came up was concern about that this portion of town, historic Westminster, does not have an urban form. And so this would be inconsistent. However, in the staff agenda item, it appeared that there had been a lot of time and consideration into similar sized and scale apartment complexes. So can you kind of go over this, because I think it's relevant. It's one of our criteria that we want to make sure it's harmonious. And I'm wondering if urban form, while it's a planner's term, might be conjuring different images, or if there is some concern here with the densities and heights that I'm missing.
I'd like Nathan Lawrence to answer that question. He provided an answer during the Planning Commission meeting where he had several examples of how this does fit into the context of the neighborhood. Nathan, if you would, please.
Sure. I think the word urban can be misinterpreted. Councilor Seitz, I think that's pretty common, and I I do throw it around. Urban form is a pretty broad term that applies to really, it could be, there's nothing, we don't ever say suburban form. For instance, it's sort of everything built is sort of an urban if it's not a rural character. So, but in this area, attachment 2 in your memo packet, I actually went through and analyzed density, building height, and parking access, and whether it's covered or not, for the other multifamily buildings that are really within the sort of core area of Harris Park. And I think it's pretty clear from that exhibit that those buildings, you know, share the sort of similar scale. They're all 1 to 3 stories, as I've mentioned in my memo, and you know, similarly have they're all surface parked, no covered parking, and then as far as sort of dealing with the, you know, the other part of the sort of urban form, I guess, deals with setbacks. And you know, while I don't believe any of those multifamily buildings that were built, you know, probably in the 60s and 70s have a sort of 0 lot line condition. There's a number of commercial buildings in the area, actually on that block, that do have that characteristic. So the Penguin building, which actually does have a residential component as well, has 0 side setbacks. The sort of strip retail center where Valenti's Deli is really has 0 setbacks on pretty much every side, as well as the CRHDC building is sort of set onto their southern, or their property line on 73rd, as well as Lowell, as well as, of course, the more historical buildings further down 73rd that we're all familiar at the former rodeo market and the Grange. All that row of building is set on the street, and that's really a sort of development pattern that you know, as urban designers, we're trying to push for, because that's what people generally respond to positively, versus, you know, some of the development patterns, even of some of these multifamily buildings that are, you know, probably not considered to be particularly attractive or engaging because they have parking in front of them. You know, the real trend now is to tuck parking back behind in a more traditional way, as it was done in decades past, to create a more engaging pedestrian and public realm. So I hope that sort of answers your questions.
It does. It does. I think the term urban form has become somewhat of a pejorative recently, just with people wanting to make sure it doesn't mean skyscrapers from block to block. So I appreciated the amount of time and effort that went into both the staff report and in your explanation just now, talking about how this is fits in with similar developments within the neighborhood. The last 2 questions, there was a comment that the public meeting, that the tone and the tenor of the conversation wasn't adequately represented, that it was represented as more positive for the project than actually was. And then furthermore, there was I guess, an assertion that perhaps there was missing emails and missing documentation on comments and questions from that. And in fact, there was a question even like, who decides what emails are included in the record and what's not? And so I was wondering if you would want to take a moment to address that.
Absolutely. So in my memo, I really don't, and I make a habit of this, of not commenting on sort of tone, because I think that's subjective. And as staff, I don't believe it's our role to make that comment. So in my summary, I really went through what the content of the presentations were. You know, we really had a similar presentation to what you all saw tonight, and then how questions were read aloud and asked, and that some questions couldn't be answered in the meeting. And for this meeting, I think it's actually the first one, at least that I've been involved in, where we've documented all of the questions and actually compiled a meeting summary and sent it back out. So I think this was really an example of, frankly, sort of exemplarily, recordation of what was said in the meeting. Because some questions they're great questions, and we had to actually go out and talk to more staff experts to get those answers. But we responded and emailed all the meeting participants back with detailed answers to all of their questions. And so all of the sort of feedback was documented in that meeting summary, which was also attached to your agenda. And so to address missing pages or items, it's hard to speak to that directly because I don't know which are being referenced. There was a great deal of public input that was sent in for this. As I'd mentioned, for the April, the first Planning Commission meeting that was canceled, that was included. I've actually I kept them all separate in the different attachments so I could keep it all straight because it was pretty complex. But all of the input was received for that meeting, was included for the actual Planning Commission meeting in October, as well as any later comments that came in after the sort of deadline that was done as an addendum. That's been folded in. And so I think maybe some of the confusion of missing items might be that the way that I compiled them and put them into 3 different groups of attachments. So going from one hearing to the next, those would slightly shift because I was trying to group them all to not have 5 different separate attachments. So all those were included with the memo, and there's a great deal of information there, as you've all seen. So it's difficult to speak to any specific thing that was left out. There were a few emails from Mr. Shea just asking a question or asking if I could send a certain document, and those weren't included because that really, I don't believe, is what is considered testimony in relation to a public hearing. It's just a request for a piece of information or a question about a specific requirement that was answered. So that could also be some of the confusion, but just rest assured that all testimony that was related to the hearing was included and documented and organized and double checked.
Thank you. And then here's my final question, and I apologize for asking so many, but we did get a lot of resident interest in this tonight, and I think it's relevant. We heard from both. We heard, I guess, differing opinions. Some folks feeling that senior affordable housing would not help revitalize and energize this historic arts district, and some folks who felt it was going to be that spark that does revitalize and invigorate the historic arts district. I was wondering, could we talk about that public benefit and the analysis, because it is referenced, I believe, as one of the goals that this would achieve. Can I hear from staff why they felt this would be helped with the vibrancy of that portion of town?
It's Dave Downing. I'd like to give Jenny Grafton a chance to comment on that first, and then Rita McConnell could follow up if she deems it necessary.
Thanks, Dave. Sure, I will take a pass at that. I also just was looking at my notes and realized that I don't think we finished answering everything that Councilor Scully had asked. So I know that we still need to come back to you. As far as the revitalization goes, I think we have to recognize that takes many forms. There is the urban form, the built form aspect of it. There's also the activity level and the engagement of residents. And as we heard from a few of the residents that called in, there are people that live in this neighborhood today that don't want to leave, that are looking for a good alternative location to downsize. And so I think that this actually represents an opportunity to keep some of those active citizens engaged in that neighborhood as they want to participating. And that is definitely a key component of revitalization. I think it's best if I turn it over to Rita McConnell to speak more to the form aspect of it and the strategy for a larger redevelopment effort. So Rita, are you comfortable picking that up from there?
Yes, thank you, Jenny. So this whole area has been subject to a lot of conversation, in particular with the Harris Park plan. And I realize you haven't really adopted that or considered the details of that at this point, but there has been a lot of conversation about what the folks who live in the area as well as work in the area are expecting for development in the area. And so that's kind of always in the back of our mind. We have the comprehensive plan that kind of advises expectations for development in the area, but we know this area is so unique. So we do rely on the comments we've heard from the general community about expectations, and that has aligned with staff's expectations for new development as well. We didn't see any conflicts with what they were expecting and what we thought would be beneficial to the area. Anytime you place new development in an area, there's going to be an automatic resulting impact on stuff around it. People start cleaning things up. New investors might come in and say, hey, I'm going to put something new next to that. So, one building doesn't necessarily change the whole world, but it's a good start, and it really does have a positive impact on redevelopment for the area.
Thank you. Those were all of the questions that I heard through public comment. So thank you.
Councilor Smith.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Ms. Grafton, I think at the beginning of this, you had mentioned that you had received a letter from Kate. I would very much like to have that forwarded to council regarding the timeline on demolition of those buildings. If that makes sense. Sorry, it's really late. So.
No, it's all right. Like Councilor Smith. So it's Katie Burke, who is the Region 8 Director for HUD. That's who that you'll see. The letter is actually directed to Chase Evans and signed by Katie Burke. It does not lay out the time frame. Rather, it articulates that the city is prohibited from moving forward with the demolition until we receive the Part 50 approval. But it wasn't attached to this because it wasn't specific to the rezoning, but we recognize that it's relevant to the discussion at hand. So I will work with Cody, and we will make sure that we get that forwarded out to all of you.
Okay, thank you very much. And then I guess my biggest concern for this project is, seems like there's a lot of ADA concerns, one with the elevator. And then my concern is the alleyway and the pedestrian use of walkability across the alleyway. What does that look like? And then what does it look like in its entirety with the building? So that, I think, just in itself needs to be further addressed as far as the ADA. I would assume that the city and the contractor is following ADA guidelines. Is that correct?
It is, and actually, if I may, because I know Councilor Scully had the same question that we didn't get to. My understanding is that there may have actually been some updates to the plan, to the design, from the time that it was presented to the public, where Gary Shea and others made that observation. So if I could turn it back to Arthur, I'm not sure if he or Gabe Bergeron are the ones to answer it, but I think they have actually come back and addressed that.
Yeah, thanks, Jenny. I'll start with that. We will follow all ADA compliance issues, or not issues, but guidance. And, we have a strong sensitivity for the population and being affordable housing developers across the state to ADA and other needs. But what Jenny's referring to, the initial design, we did not include the elevator, and that is not a violation of ADA. And Gabe could talk more to that, I believe. But at our June 16th meeting, 2020, it was brought up by a number of the local residents that they would like to see an elevator. And so we worked with Studio Completiva to actually to change the design to allow for an elevator. And so it's still in discussion form right now. The design does allow for that, but there hasn't been a final decision on that quite yet. You know, that comes to pro forma, cost analysis, stuff like that. And so we haven't made a final decision there, but we are very sensitive to the issue, and we are trying to make that a reality for the building. So I don't know if Gabe, if you have anything else to add there.
Sure. Yeah, I could just chime in to say that, yeah, it's that the building, it's kind of something that would be more addressed in the ODP as to how the building actually will be realized, but that we in the evolving design, we are making a place where an elevator can be, and that it would be, you know, it's a consideration that certainly could come through in the project. But it's correct. In one of the initial explorations that we were looking at and reviewed with the neighborhood, as a two-story building, you have to have a certain number of units that are accessible. But it was the idea of an active senior living that perhaps the upper levels wouldn't require an elevator, but we do think it's certainly worth considering, especially as you look at aging in place concerns. So.
Sure, thank you. The other question I had was for parking management. Would this be an area that staff considers in the future for parking management and therefore charging residents who park on the street in this area?
Well, I think you stumped us, Counselor. I don't know if Heath's still on the line. Yeah, I guess Heath, are you able to handle that one?
Yeah, I am. Good evening, Council. We haven't really discussed this being in the parking program. If you recall, Council, we modified the code to allow community development to do some enforcement in specific areas, downtown and then the TOD. But right now that ends at 72nd. So community development does not do the parking enforcement north of 72nd in the Harris Park area. Not to say that we couldn't expand it. This property will be in the area to receive, if it needed to, permit parking for their private parking, but I would not sign or require permit parking for the parallel parking on Lowell Boulevard, but do something similar to how we have it signed on the north side of 73rd there, and really keep it a 2-hour parking limit and really only be for the businesses adjacent to the adjacent to those parking spaces. In other words, we would not allow high school students to park in that area. But right now that would end up being a PD enforcement until such time that we come to you and ask to expand the parking program that is run and managed by community development.
Okay, thank you. I could appreciate that. However, I would hate to live in that facility or that building and then find out later that I would need to pay for my parking if it's not paid for already. So I would hesitate with that. I guess one of my final questions, it kind of came up, and I'm sorry I didn't ask about it then, and I don't know if the person that was answering this could answer to it now, but the device underground, is there any possible way that it would be combustible and explosive per se, causing hazards and or safety concerns in that way?
This is Jenny Grafton. So I think we let our technical experts go. But are you, Councilor Smith, to be clear, asking about if the system itself is combustible?
Yes. Yes.
So no, it's encased in concrete, so therefore it would be protected from fire through construction that way.
Okay. All right. That's all my questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Downing, I'm going to come back to you and to Ms. Grafton to address any of the questions that were given to us during public comment that we have not done with council comments.
Mayor, I have one written down here early on. We had a question, I believe it was repeated later on, about adequacy of the 20 parking spaces in the project. And Nathan, can you quickly comment on parking ratios, that sort of thing?
Sure, Dave. Yeah, as I mentioned in my presentation, this will be required to be parked at a minimum of 1 space per unit plus 1 space per 5 for guest parking, which can be provided on street. So that's the minimum requirements. I know there was a question asked, believed by Councilor Scully earlier about some concerns over this parking. I will, probably let either, I don't know, probably Gabe, if you have some experience on other projects that you've designed that are in a similar sort of in-town context that are parked at this ratio, if you could speak to your experience on that.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we're quite used to doing parking ratio of 1-to-1 for this type of senior facility. And it's also, I believe, it is the code is also for Westminster for senior housing. 1-to-1 is the allowed ratio, and so we feel pretty comfortable that this would be a reasonable ratio. And I believe there were some recent studies done that of other Westminster senior projects that can further support that, but I don't have it at the tip of my tongue. It was something that was recently circulated. But yeah, but we see this as pretty normal for this level of development.
Hey, this is Young Cho, architect planner with Studio Cooperativa. And I want to add that over the years, we've worked on many senior housing, and I think we actually did a survey of the parking ratio, and it really came out to about somewhere between 0.67 and 0.87 that the developers have come back and said, this is what we really kind of need. CHAFA, which is the low-income housing tax credit allocation source for Colorado, typically funds projects that are less than 1-to-1. I mean, they like to see it 1-to-1 for senior housing. A lot of projects are getting funded below that. So somewhere between, again, 0.75, 0.87. We feel that from our experience, 1-to-1 ratio is a good number. You also find that in some municipalities, even in Denver, the zoning code had, depending on the area, but for senior housing for a long time, it was only required to have 0.33 parking spaces or 0.33 to 0.5 parking spaces per unit. Anyway, there's some variety, but I think the general consensus is that 1-to-1 is sufficient, and that less than 1-to-1 is what many developers in the metro area are seeing as a real need.
Mr. Mayor, that's all I wanted to address.
All right, Mr. Frankel, I know you had a comment you've been waiting to make. I'll turn to you for a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, you've got there without my calling it to your attention, and I just wanted to ensure that once all the public comment had been introduced, that the comments, the questions that were raised all got resolved and directed to staff who could potentially answer them. But I believe that since I posted that comment some 45 minutes ago, council has essentially done just that by forwarding on the questions to staff. But I would definitely recommend a sort of a catch-all offer to staff if we haven't captured all the questions that people have been tracking, that staff have an opportunity to respond to those questions.
Yes, thanks. I actually caught one, if I may, Mayor and Dave. I know that Mr. Shea had raised the question as to, or comment regarding the use of the Section 108 loan, which is the source of the funding to originally purchase the property. And while it is true that we have paid that back in full, that repayment does not relieve us of any of the obligations. In fact, the only way for the city to be relieved of the obligations would be to repay that full amount with general fund dollars, not the CDBG dollars that were used for the repayment. So I think we've discussed that in previous council meetings related to the sale of the property, but if there's any clarification needed by council, I'm happy to do that.
All right, but let me go back, and this is a general question to all of the staff that's been taking notes. Have we answered all the questions that were raised through public comments or from council at this point to the best of your knowledge?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I paused to see if anybody would jump in. According to my notes, we have answered all of those. I see Rita is also confirming that according to her list, we have now responded to all of them.
Okay, Mr. Frankel, you had a comment.
I would just ask, I want to be sure we respond to all of them. And I do recall specific questions from Mr. Shea, including were photographs of the, I suppose, the gas station that's currently on the site provided, and was a diagram showing monitoring wells and showing the plume part of the record. I think he was interested in knowing that.
This is Jenny, and I can speak to that. We've shown that in previous, it was a part of the rezoning application under Nathan Lawrence, but it was presented to council as part of the purchase and sale agreement discussion previously.
And I think not only the wells, but the plume and where it had been, I think I'm seeing some hits go up and down from the council members that we've seen that information before. All right, are there any other questions at this time of the staff from the council? I know we've been at this one for a while, but I want to make sure we try to get all your questions answered. And a reminder, we are still in the public hearing portion of this. All right. One question I did hear from Councilor Scully was about transportation. Councilor Scully, we do have Access-A-Ride that would be accessible to that site and could go over to the grocery store you were mentioning. That is always an option that we have with RTD, is to call the Access-A-Ride if there are folks that need that service and don't have transportation of their own. That's one of the benefits of being part of the RTD district. All right, seeing no other comments or questions, we are now going to close the public hearing at 12:18 a.m. And we will move on to item B2. This is Councilor's Bill number 35. And I will wait for a motion from council. Mayor Pro Tem Sites, go.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. I'm just looking for the exact wording here. I move to pass Councilor's Bill number 35. Oh, I apologize. I'm reading the wrong thing. I move to approve the preliminary development plan for Harris Pot. Am I reading the wrong thing? Because that's the PDP. And
you're right. That's right. B2 is what you're reading.
Okay. I move to approve the preliminary development plan for Harris Park Block 43 Senior Housing contingent upon approval of Councilor's Bill number 35.
Counselor Vols.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on Councilor's Bill number 35? I'm sorry, for item B2. Mayor Pro Tem, you have another comment?
I just wanted to explain why I am going to be voting for this tonight. I think the staff memo really did a good job illustrating how this met criterias 2, 3, and 4. Really almost all of the criteria I felt was met, but number 3, I know our planning commission had concerns about the exceptions. But I think that they were all reasonable and had a value. And actually, one of the things they helped accomplish was they helped accomplish criteria number 4. So I was very happy with the way this project came together. I appreciate the public input, both for and against. I recognize that it is difficult to give public, it's different. I don't know if it's difficult, it's different to give public comments and participate in a public hearing during COVID. But I was heartened by so many people who made the effort to do it. Again, both pro and against. So I will be voting to support this tonight.
Councilor Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. This won't be the first or last time, I'm sure, where I differ on the idea of number 4 in a land use manner as far as harmonious. That's partially why I'm going to be voting against it. I don't know that it fits in well with some of the surrounding area and the testimony that we've been given. My other concern is really the access when you look at number 7. I do have concerns about the way that this is going to be set up with the parking behind the development and how that fits in with that area. I do applaud the lengths that they're going to try to accommodate some of that, but it just doesn't get there for me. The other thing that I'm not really sure which of these this falls under, but I can't go without mentioning, I think it's impressive technology that they're using in order to mitigate risk, but it also is troubling that we're going to put a senior development in an area where we have to go to that lengths. And the fact that we're having to go to such lengths to mitigate a risk that's there actually gives me more pause and concern to being able to move forward with this. So with that, I will be voting no.
Councilor Scully.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had originally, when we started this discussion tonight and when I came to this discussion, I had concerns concerning number 7 and number 8. Number 7 is in regards to streets, driveways, access points, and turning movements. And number 8 is in right-of-way adjacent to existing or proposed arterial or collector streets, any easements. Those were my 2 concerns, and I felt that staff did a really good job of addressing it and bringing experts forward who could address them.
Thank you. For me on this project and going into this, I really am caught on number 2, which is of sound, creative, innovative, and efficient planning principles. From the beginning that I have reviewed this project, I have not found it to be financially sound for Westminster. So with that, with number 2, I cannot be moving forward with that. And in number 7, I don't feel that we've efficiently and safely addressed the pedestrian access points, not only vehicular, but the pedestrian movement across the alley. It can be a very hazardous and unsafe cross movement. So along with the parking in the back alley, it doesn't quite make sense to me. So for that reason, on number 2 and number 7, I will not be moving this forward.
Councilor Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too will be voting against this, and because of that, I'll be stating my reason. I do not believe it's harmonious with the existing public and private development. I'll discuss the land use as that comes up.
Okay, other comments from council? And one of the things that I think I looked at, and this is sort of in line with what Councilor DeMott referred to, is this system and the protection of that could be done without the extensive investment that's being done there. But if you look at the investment they're doing, they're going above and beyond. And as the one testimony was, is kind of like a Cadillac system. I've looked at the experts of people who are doing plans, they do traffic mitigation studies, and that is not my area of expertise. And I look at what they have come up with from their standpoint that this is a viable project. There is adequate parking, and the safety of the pedestrians in there, I think, has been taken into account. So I don't necessarily agree with some of the comments, but I think that I have to rely on expertise of people who do this for a living. Therefore, I think this project, which has been a sore point for many years for the people in that area, this is an opportunity to clean up a mess, to mitigate a problem that is there, and having found a developer who's willing to take on that risk is a big movement that we don't have from anyone else. We have discussed many times that the city is upside down in this. This gives us a chance to turn sour lemons into good lemonade, to the best of my knowledge, that we have the opportunity to turn something that is just going to sit there and rot more if we don't take advantage when we have somebody that's willing to make this investment. So therefore, I'm going to support the application in both this one and item 35 as well. Any other comments from council? Ms. Fitch, we are on item B2. Is the roll call vote, please?
Councillor Bowles.
Yes.
Councillor Bowles votes yes. Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison votes yes. Councillor DeMott.
No.
Councillor DeMott votes no. Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights votes yes. Councillor Seymour.
No.
Councillor Seymour votes no. Councillor Scully.
Yes.
Councillor Scully votes yes. Councillor Smith.
No.
Councillor Smith votes no.
All right, thank you, council. Item 10B2 passes on a 4-3 vote. Moving on to item B3. Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Thank you. I move to pass Councilor's Bill number 35, amending the zoning of the subject property, a 0.60 acre parcel generally located at 3630 West 73rd Avenue, 7287 Lowell Boulevard, and 7277 Lowell Boulevard. The parcel is currently zoned C1 Commercial District. The owner is seeking to rezone the property to planned unit development.
Councilor Bowles.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on item B3, Councilor's Bill number 35? I will come back to you, Councilor Seymour. You said you had a comment here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A comment and a question, if I may, of my colleagues, since this is a unique situation from this standpoint, or from staff also. A planned unit development also can contemplate commercial or retail. Is that correct?
Ms. McConnell, I think this is in your area.
Yes, the PUD zoning can anticipate all of the different land uses we have in the city. It really depends on what the comp plan designation says for the parcel. And the comp plan designation for this parcel is T-MUN, which does encompass residential and commercial.
Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments on item B3, Council's Bill number 35? Seeing no other comments, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Fitch, would you take us to Council's Bill number 35, please?
Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison votes yes. Councillor DeMott.
No.
Counselor Demott votes no. Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights votes yes. Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Counselor Seymour votes yes. Counselor Scully.
Yes.
Counselor Scully votes yes. Counselor Smith.
No.
Counselor Smith votes no. And Counselor Bowles.
Yes.
Counselor Bowles votes yes.
All right, thank you, Council. Council's Bill number 35 passes on a 5-2 vote. Moving on to Council's Bill number 36. And Councilor Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to pass Councilor's Bill number 36 on first reading, authorizing the city manager to sign a 5-year lease agreement with Verizon Wireless for the installation and operation of a cell tower at the Westview Recreation Center.
Councilor Smith.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Mr. Frankel, you have a question.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand that there is a typographical error in the proposed ordinance that references a lease where it really is a site license. So I would ask if the maker of the motion and the second might reconsider the word lease and replace it with site license. And similar edits would be necessary in the ordinance itself. There are 2 references in the ordinance to a lease, where what's been negotiated and proposed for consideration tonight is a site license agreement.
So only the word would be changed. Is that correct, Mr. Frankel? Okay.
That's correct. Only the word lease would need to be replaced by site license.
All right. As the maker of the motion, Mr. Seymour, would you accept that?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor.
And from the second, Councilor Smith?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we have an amended motion as read by Councilor Scully, I'm sorry, Councilor Seymour and Councilor Smith, with the one change that the word lease is changed to read site license. Any other comments or questions on this item? Seeing none, Ms. Fitch, Council Bill number 36, please.
I just have a quick question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Frankel, what is the difference between the lease and the site license?
Well, I'm glad to have Ken Fellman, our outside telecommunications counsel, present and available. And he's still here. Thank you, Ken, for remaining. And I also appreciate your support. And I know that this agreement took some years of negotiation and is a rather complex site license agreement. But whatever comments you might offer to help us understand the nature of the agreement.
Mr. Philman, if I'd have known you were here as an attorney, I would have had you up here hours ago.
Well, this will be one of those rare occasions, Mr. Mayor, where I get to say, Mr. Mayor, members of council, good morning. And let's see if I can answer that question somewhat succinctly at this hour of the day. I'm going to avoid getting into the weeds, and trust me, we could get pretty deep into the weeds. A lease is, at the end of the day, a greater interest in land or a greater interest in property rather that is conveyed than a license is. The reason this gets complicated and detailed is because many licenses are revocable at the will of the grantor. They can revoke them at any time for any reason. In this case, we have specific provisions that we have a term of this license agreement. We're not going to revoke it unless there is a default, and we follow those procedures. So in some ways, it seems more and feels more like a lease. Again, we can get into it in more detail. I will tell you, and I've been had the privilege of working with the city for probably 7 or 8 years since the city has started to try to standardize a process for determining when to grant access to city facilities for wireless sites. And city staff at the time we started and consistently through today has always preferred to do this in the form of a license instead of a lease. My flippant answer, which would be somewhat true for those of you who have been around for a while, is because that's the way Jane Greenfield wanted to do it. But I do understand that it's actually a broader preference of staff to do it this way. And at the end of the day, I don't think from a legal standpoint, there's that much difference.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And thank you for staying.
Not my first rodeo. So one of the advantages of council meetings in the time of COVID is it's a much shorter drive home.
Thanks, Kent. Any other questions or comments from council on this item? All right, seeing none. Ms. Fitch, we're on to the Council Bill number 36 as revised.
Councilor Demott.
Yes.
Councilor Demott votes yes. Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights votes yes. Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
Councilor Seymour votes yes. Councilor Scully.
Yes.
Councilor Scully votes yes. Councilor Smith.
Yes.
Councilor Smith votes yes. Councilor Bowles.
Yes.
Councilor Bowles votes yes. Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison votes yes.
All right, thank you, council. That Council's Bill number 36 passes on a 7-0 vote. Moving on to Council's Bill number 37. And Councilor Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Councilor Bill number 37 on first reading, providing for supplemental appropriation of funds to the 2020 budget of the General Utility Enterprise Water Investigation Recoveries and General Capital Improvement Funds.
Councilor Smith.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for Council's Bill number 37. Is there any comments or questions from the council? Seeing none, Ms. Fitch, Council's Bill number 37, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights votes yes. Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
Councilor Seymour votes yes. Councilor Scully.
Yes.
Councilor Scully votes yes. Councilor Smith.
Yes.
Councilor Smith votes yes. Councilor Bowles.
Yes.
Councilor Bowles votes yes. Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison votes yes. And Councilor Demott.
Yes.
Councilor Demott votes yes.
Thank you, council. That moves council's Bill number 37. Excuse me, on a 7-0 vote. Moving on to the next item, item 10E. This is council resolution number 45. Councilor Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt resolution number 45, revising the city council's rules and regulations.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for adoption of resolution number 45. Questions or comments from council? Being none, Ms. Fitch.
Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
Councilor Seymour votes yes. Councilor Scully.
Yes.
Councilor Scully votes yes. Councilor Smith.
Yes.
Councilor Smith votes yes. Councilor Bowles.
Yes.
Councilor Bowles votes yes. Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison votes yes. Councilor Demott.
Yes.
Councilor Demott votes yes. And Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights votes yes.
Thank you, council. We are at another one with 7-0 vote. Moving on to adoption of resolution number 46. Councilor Bowles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to adopt resolution number 46, approving the acceptance of the Great Outdoors Colorado grant dollars and expenditures of the matching funds.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for item number 10F, resolution number 46. Comments or questions from council? I have never seen so many council members line up to make motions as we have, but I think the rest of the entire agenda is covered now. Moving on to number 46. Ms. Fitch, if you would, please.
Counselor Scully.
Yes.
Scully votes yes. Counselor Smith.
Yes.
Counselor Smith votes yes. Counselor Bowles.
Yes.
Counselor Bowles votes yes. Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison votes yes. Counselor Demott.
Yes.
Counselor Demott votes yes. Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights votes yes. And Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
All right,
Counselor
thank you.
Seymour votes yes.
All right, resolution number 46 passes on a 7-0 vote. Moving on to item 10G. Counselor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move, based on the recommendation of the city manager, to find that the public interest would be best served by authorizing a sole source contract with Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck LLP for special legal services in connection with amending and reviewing the employee 401A defined contribution plan and 457B deferred compensation plan documents and providing advice on other retirement plan related legal issues.
Counselor Demott.
Second.
I have a motion and a second on item 10G. Is there any question or comment from council? Hearing none, Ms. Fitch, we are on to item 10G, please.
Counselor Smith.
Yes.
Counselor Smith votes yes. Counselor Bowles.
Yes.
Counselor Bowles votes yes. Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison votes yes. Counselor Demott.
Yes.
Counselor Demott votes yes. Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights votes yes. Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Counselor Seymour votes yes. And Counselor Scully.
Yes.
Counselor Scully votes yes.
Thank you, council. Again, item 10G passes on a 7-0 vote. Moving on to item 10H. Counselor Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to authorize the renaming of Countryside Ball Fields to Roman Burgers Ball Fields.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Comments, please. Counselor Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think hopefully we still have an audience almost at 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm not sure if Tom's well-spoken grandson Ian is still awake or not, but I hear on good authority that he is and that the family is still listening. And if that is so, I appreciate you staying with us. And it really speaks to the commitment of that whole family to the city of Westminster and their community. I got to know Tom. Actually, first time I met him was at the Jessica Ridgway Park when a bunch of us were there helping lay wood chips at that park. And a lot of people from neighbors from Countryside, which you heard referenced tonight, were there helping. And that's really where I got to know Tom personally. I took over as director of neighbors for Countryside before I was on council when he was stepping back from that role. And I can tell you that just the ball fields is not all that he's given to this community. He has done countless different things such that you heard of tonight. If you live in Countryside and you've lived here any amount of time, you may have heard of the Rock Project. There's a stretch of oak where they put a lot of rock in that group. And this is just a community volunteer group who got together, raised money, and improved their neighborhood. If you ever get to hear more about what he did in the ball fields, and that was really a passion of his, and I've had the pleasure to get to sit down over a cup of coffee, which I won't keep you here much longer, but it is a great story. And I was hoping actually, and I know it's late, but I know that Mr. Gank and his department did a lot of work and a lot of research to really understand what Tom did to get those ball fields accomplished. And I think that, it would be a missed opportunity to not go on the record and at least get a little bit of the background from Mr. Gank as far as this undertaking and why this is so important and why I'm so honored to be able to be part of renaming these ball fields for Tom.
Councilor Seymour. You're up next. I'll see if Mr. Gank is still around in a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've never had the opportunity to meet Tom Roensberger, but I've seen a direct result of the passion that he has laid forth as a deeply involved in Stanley Lake High School baseball. get to hear tonight from a couple of the coaches that coach kids that contributed to that program, Greg Kylene and Ed Paynes and their kids that came up and played with our boys, and just what it did for the community and how it solidified that. And that doesn't even go on to mention, I didn't realize that he was the founder of the Link program that had a great impact on all Stanley Lake freshmen coming in. So it's an honor to be able to put my name to this tonight also.
Mr. Gink, would you like to add any short comments?
Yes, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak this morning. Almost said this evening, but you know, it's great when the community brings to the attention of staff the important work of contributions of community members, both you know, recent as well as past, and certainly staff realizes that naming any city facility or site is tremendous responsibility. We take this very seriously. I did have the opportunity to meet with Mr. Romersberger and his family. I thought that'd be appropriate to learn more information about his work to the ball fields. I also researched other variety of other information, and I'll just give you a very, very brief summary of some of my findings. Tom is a community champion for the Countryside ball fields. He was instrumental in the construction of the ball fields, and at that time, I think it's important to note that ball fields in Westminster were very much identifies a gap through the Parks Recreation Library's master plan at that time. But beyond, sorry, one more thing on the Countryside ball fields, he was involved in engaging the community, fundraising, and assisting in the design of those fields. He's also regarded as a local partner and somewhat of a hero from everything from Neighbors for Countryside and a host of other things that, due to time constraints, I won't go through all of them. But I will also mention that I did meet with former PRL director at the time, Bill Wallensack, and Bill confirmed as well Tom's direct champion efforts of that project, and was a significant contributor to making sure that those ball fields were built. So it was my pleasure to learn a little bit more about Tom and his entire family. I appreciate that opportunity, and I wanted to make sure council knew that I did our due diligence to make sure that the information was matching up. So I appreciate that opportunity to do that and bring this for your consideration this evening.
Other comments, council? All right, Ian, hang on just a few more minutes. We're almost there. We have item 10H regarding the Countryside ball fields. Ms. Fitch, would you take the roll, please?
Counselor Bowles.
Yes.
Counselor Bowles votes yes. Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison votes yes. Counselor Demott.
Yes.
Counselor Demott votes yes. Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights votes yes. Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Counselor Seymour votes yes. Counselor Scully.
Yes.
Counselor Scully votes yes. And Counselor Smith.
Yes, absolutely.
Counselor Smith votes yes.
Thank you, council. Item 10H passes on a 7-0 vote. Moving on to item 10I. Counselor Demott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to authorize the renaming of the Skyline Vista Park Orchard Parks.
Thank you, Counselor Scully.
A second.
I have a motion and a second for item 10I. Other comments from council and Mr. Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am fully in favor of this, but we did get a note from former Westminster Public School board member Dino Valenti tonight. I think it brought a valid point on when we have a long tradition of a name in our city too, just to recognize our history and maybe some wayfinding sign of what the original name of the park was. And for that reason also, because the Greta Garbo thing didn't work either for me, but the Skyline Park wayfinding, maybe a historical note to that, so we don't lose our traditions and our past. Thank you.
Other comments, council?
Yes, sir.
Any no other comments? I'm sorry.
Mr.
Scully?
Mayor.
Yep, I just saw it. Go ahead.
I will also be voting in favor of this, but what I was struck by, I've heard from many residents as well on naming of facilities and parks and streets in our city and how does that happen, and concern to how do we practice equity and diversity and inclusivity when we're doing that. And so I would like to move that we have a study session on working on how we develop a policy, a process, and best practices of naming things in our city. It is a practice that is done across the United States and not only many organizations, but other cities. And I work for an organization that actually has a practice. So I really believe that there should be a policy and a process in place that is well laid out and addresses how we honor individuals in our community, and that we are always keeping in mind how we are representing all of the people and the history and the different cultures of our community.
All right, Councilor Scully, I appreciate your comment, but I can't take it as a motion because we already have a motion on the table, but I will take it as a comment, and I appreciate it.
I'm sure staff will do what they need to do.
Yeah, I think they'll figure it out. Councilor Vols?
Yeah, I want to second what Councilor Scully just said. I think we do need a process here. And my question to that effort is, or to that effect is, how did the park board vote on this renaming of the park?
Mr. Gink, do you have any idea?
Yeah, I can certainly respond to that. So the Parks, Recreation, and Libraries Open Space Advisory Board did not have the opportunity to vote on the naming of this park and the renaming, I'm sorry, of Skyline Vista. The request came directly from Westminster Public Schools to City Council, and I was contacted, of course, to route that appropriately, but the advisory board did not have the opportunity to review this request. Now, the advisory board also doesn't necessarily have a formal opportunity, and that's kind of speaks to going back to the policy review of an opportunity to put a policy in place that would potentially, with council's consideration, include the board as a step. But the advisory board does not have typically the authority involvement in parks naming, but staff certainly agrees that that would be a great opportunity to engage that group and provide their input as well in the future.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I think that was a missed opportunity. I think that extra set of eyes, and Councilor Seymour just raised an issue, and they may have discussed that. We would have had that before we're voting right now. I just think that's a big step, and when we talk about that, I'd like to see that step added to the process. Thank you very, and I'm voting for this tonight, but I think I'd like to see our board members involved in this as well. Thank you.
Councilor Demott, did you have a comment?
Just a real quick comment. I think and through some of the information and answered questions we saw today that talked about the current process, I would be in favor of what you guys are recommending. So I'm sure it'll come back on the staff thing for a variety of reasons. So I'm not sure that I would characterize it as a missed opportunity, but more an opportunity for us to have a better process moving forward. I think one of the things that I really like that Councilor Seymour brought up was about looking at the history. And I've seen that in various renaming of parks. For example, back to the Jessica Ridgway Park, one of the questions is, who was Chelsea? Because that park used to be called Chelsea Park, and it was just something that came over from Old England that they picked. So I think it would be good for us to have a good process so that if we do rename something that we honor, like Councilor Seymour said, the past, but also a good process to understand why it was named what it was if we don't have that history.
And I will tell you from past history, councils made decisions on park names based upon whether or not they could tie an English name to it. And that was the only thing that they used as a basis. And every park that's in the city that has an old English name came from council directions, nothing from park and rec boards. It was never even considered to send it to them. So that's how you ended up with all these English names. And really, there was a comment about a sister city. I'm not aware that we have a sister city because we've never participated in one if we did. All right, any other comments on this item? Ms. Fitch, let's try to do 10I, please.
Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison votes yes. Counselor Demott.
Yes.
Counselor Demott votes yes. Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights votes yes. Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Counselor Seymour votes yes. Counselor Scully.
Yes.
Counselor Scully votes yes. Counselor Smith.
Yes.
Counselor Smith votes yes. And Counselor Bowles.
Yes.
Counselor Bowles votes yes.
All right, that's item 10I. Vote on a 7-0 vote. We have one item left of business tonight, folks, and then you can maybe go home. This is item 11A, Council's Bill number 33. Counselor Scully?
Yes, sir. I move to pass Councilor's Bill number 33 on second reading, appropriating funds for the 2021 budget.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for Council's Bill number 33. Are there comments or questions in this item? All right, seeing none. Ms. Fitch, the last one for the night.
Counselor Demott.
No.
Counselor Demott votes no. Mayor Pro Tem Sights.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sights votes yes. Counselor Seymour.
Yes.
Counselor Seymour votes yes. Counselor Scully.
Yes.
Counselor Scully votes yes. Counselor Smith.
No.
Counselor Smith votes no. Counselor Bowles.
Yes.
Counselor Bowles votes yes. Mayor Atchison.
Yes.
Mayor Atchison votes yes.
Council's Bill number 33 on second reading passes on a vote of 5-2. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 12:56 a.m. Just to make sure everybody knows it's not midnight. We are done with all business. We have deferred two items, the COVID response update and the post-meeting item. The post-meeting item will be on an agenda for a special meeting on the 30th prior to our roundtable. Members of council, remember, if you have something you would like to discuss so that we have people prepared to have some time to prepare information, make sure you get your request to Ms. Erb sooner than later so that we have time, especially with the long holiday weekend coming up. We are adjourned at 12:57. Everyone enjoy your holiday and don't eat too much. Good night.
Just want to hang out for 3 minutes.